Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday morning. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Appreciate you tuning in, making us a part of your starts, whether you're listening to us on the radio dials at 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also, check us out online at sportstalk1051.com. Video stream up and rolling on YouTube this morning, too. So you can go check it out over there. Join in on the conversation, the chat room over there. Got your app, all the good stuff. Just tell Alexa to say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. If you just, if you're waking up here this morning after maybe just a couple hours of sleep and a few hours of sleep and such, what the heck was that last night, for crying out loud, between Packers and Cowboys? Good gravy. I don't even know where to begin on this game. If you missed any of it, you really didn't, I guess, miss a whole lot, because the game began and ended the same way. Tie, 40-40. So Packers falling to 2-1-1 on the season, heading into their bye week. What happened to the defense? I don't think anybody had on their bingo card last night Packers defense giving up 40 points. 40 points. Now, I get 7 of them you can probably tag on the Packers offense for that turnover before the half, and then the 2 points after a blocked extra point attempt, for crying out loud. I mean, there were parts of every level of that team last night that had issues. Special teams with the blocked extra point, special teams coverage, defense, especially in the second half. Offense at least settled down in the second half and was putting up points and such, but tie, I mean, it's still, I guess, for me, mind-boggling to see that we still have ties in the National Football League. It's weird. I know that it feels like it's been happening more and more, too, over the last few years. I mean, crying out loud, I can think of 3 ties now in Packers history off the top of my head. 2 of them coming against the Vikings and such. But yuck! I'm trying to come up with words that are appropriate for the program and such. But yuck! All over the place, especially defensively. Man, like, what? Seriously, what happened to the defense last night? You're going up against a Cowboys offense that had a couple of backups on their offensive line, missing their top wide receiver, and that's the performance they put together last night. Just unbelievable. Like, it just, you have this foul taste and foul. Still kind of, honestly, a little speechless after what we saw last night with this game. But we'll break it all down and relive the weirdness, the messiness, the whatever we want to call it from last night here. But I mean, I could ask what disappointed you the most last night, and I think the easy answer is, of course, the defensive performance from the game last night. So I don't get it. I don't get what's going on here. So if you got any thoughts, you can hit us up, text us 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line this morning. So yeah, it's just disgusting. So we'll talk a little green gold as the Packers head into their bye week now. After that's performance, go over some of the comments from coach and players from the locker room and that. But Yeah, plenty of green and gold talk coming to you from this game here. But hey, we got a little baseball talk on the docket as well. We've got the Brewers, even though they fell to the Reds over the weekend, dropping that series to the Reds. They did pick up a win yesterday, setting a franchise record for 97 wins in their season. So, Brewers also locking up the top seed overall, best record in Major League Baseball, home field advantage throughout, including the World Series if they get there. So, we won't see the Brewers in action until Saturday. So they get some time off here, maybe some much needed rest for some of these players and such. But how you feeling, Brewers fans, heading into the postseason? And we put that up as a 715 Speaks poll question brought to you by Post Glass and Mirror. How you feeling heading into the postseason? And 85% of you so far that voted, you're saying so-so. I mean, you feel a little probably meh, probably average in that. Only like 10% of you were confident and 5% of you weren't confident in this ball club heading into the postseason. So, here's your chance to chime in and let me know how you feeling about this Brewers team getting into it now that, we're into the postseason. Got to see Trevor McGill back yesterday. Still a little bit of unknown about Brandon Woodruff. It sounds like it's trending in a nice positive direction when it comes to Jose Quintana for the postseason. So hopefully that means we'll get Jose Quintana on that active roster. But nonetheless, with the regular season in the books here, you know, if we handed out some awards for the Brewers, who would you give the MVP? Who would you give the most improved comeback player, best pitcher, all that stuff? But the postseason is set. The Reds are in it, thanks to the Mets falling on Sunday. So we got some interesting matchups though when it comes to this wild card round. I mean, Tigers and Guardians again. So we get that. Guardians get the division. We get Padres versus Cubs that I think, obviously, if you're a Brewers fan, you're definitely paying attention to that one because you get to play the winner over there. But I think that could be a really good series. You get Red Sox, Yankees with that rivalry. I mean, those three series look to be pretty darn good, at least on paper and such. You know, we'll see about Reds and Dodgers. I mean, right now, I would assume that if we did a poll on who you picking for each wild card round, I would have a feeling that the Dodgers and the Red Series would have the biggest gap. But who knows? Maybe some feel it's a little bit closer and such. But we'll talk some baseball and talk some Brewers a little bit here, recapping, putting a bow on the regular season and such, and kind of want to just get your thoughts really as we got a few days heading into the divisional round and such. But I want to get your thoughts, Bruce fans, because talking to some people over the weekend, and I feel like there's a little apprehension. Maybe it's just because it's nerves heading into the postseason. Maybe it's just kind of seeing how they finished down the stretch. Offense was a little quiet. I mean, you go to Saturday's game, they dug themselves into a hole a little bit, but then the offense kind of came back out. So, and maybe specifically too, I want to ask, how you feeling about Mizorowski right now? You know, if we put kind of the spotlight on him, we got to see him in a situation Saturday, coming in, bases loaded after Robert Gasser started the game. And I mean, Miz didn't look that great. Let's just call a spade here. But it was a good test, I think, to kind of see him put in a situation like that. And I think, was it AJ Przinsky who said it on the telecast too? Pat Murphy's looking at, okay, when it comes to the playoffs in tough situations, who can I trust? Who can I put in these situations? So it was a good test for Mizorowski coming out of the bullpen. First time Major League, did it at AAA last year a little bit. But you kind of look at, Mizorowski post All-Star break and kind of maybe scratch your head a little bit. So definitely want to talk some Brewers here too as we put a bow on this regular season. Looking ahead to the divisional round coming up here, who will face the Padres or the Cubs here. And I guess too, another question I could throw out to Brewers fans: are you hoping to avoid the Cubs? Would you rather face the Padres? Maybe some of you would rather face the Cubs. Remember, Cubs own the season series from the Brewers and such, but I definitely would be if it were Brewers Cubs, the headlines write themselves in that matchup, or maybe you're the mindset, doesn't matter who we play. Got to face the good teams when we get to them anyways. That's what the postseason's all about. You're going to face some good teams. Just got to win. So, since it is Monday, weekend hangover, the highs, the lows, the best, the worst from the weekend, make your picks again. Hit us up with a text, or you can comment on the video stream on YouTube. It is Monday, which means I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, fill in the blanks, best ones, I'll read on the air. So, again, I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. What you got for me? All right, there should be plenty of options out there, whether it is Brewers, whether it is Packers, college football, the Ryder Cup. We had some upsets all across the board for college football. Badgers, obviously, we're not in action, but still, some good games over the weekend, no question about it. So, but hey, you all know where we're going to be leading this thing off. So coming up on the leadoff, looking back at last night's game, where do we begin? Where do we begin with that performance last night? Man, lots to kind of go through, but not a lot of great stuff to be going through from last night's game. I mean, not to say, it wasn't all bad. I think there were some positives. There were some good stuff in there. But what you got? Give me your analysis. Give me your thoughts from the game last night and that 40-40 tie between Packers, Cowboys. Obviously, if you're a Packers fan, not the outcome you were hoping for after falling to the Browns the week before. And kind of start to think, because we are in the first quarter of the season, or first quarter of the season really in the books now for the Pack. Kind of want to save grades and assessments and all that for a little bit later on in the week and such. But yeah, we're 4 games into this thing, and now a bye week. First quarter of the regular season's already in the books. But kind of keep that in the back of your mind here too. All right, let's take our first break, and then we'll get things going here on the leadoff. Recapping that performance last night. We got to do it. As much as they'll probably stir up some emotions and some frustrations and such, but I want to hear from you. All right, shoot me those texts or comment on that YouTube video stream. When it comes to groceries, meals, and convenience, families in Eau Claire count on Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. From fresh produce and quality meats to ready-made meals and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee has everything shoppers need all in one stop. Friendly service, great selection, and weekly deals that help stretch the budget. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes shopping easy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Maybe you're having to go through some man cave lights watching that performance last night from the green and gold, and that's where our leadoff is going to go here this morning. Recapping, venting, chatting, talking about the performance last night, a 40-40 tie. Just perfectly what we love, right? Late night game, early wake up call the next morning. Not only does it go to overtime, but then it ends in a tie. And I after a tie, it's like the movie Talladega Nights when Ricky Bobby gets interviewed for the first time and he's like, I don't know what to do with my hands. Like, I don't know how to react after a tie. Are you happy? Are you upset? Are you annoyed? Are you like whatever? Like, I don't know how to react, especially after a game, how it transpired last night. Like, on one hand, it's like, maybe thank goodness they were able to at least get out of there with a tie. But then at the same time, it's like, but this team was up 13-0, and then a blocked flip and extra point leads to 2 points and changes the momentum in this thing. And you look at the first two halves, and it's like, okay, first half, first quarter and a half, whatever the heck you want to call it. It's like, all right, Green Bay jumps out to an early lead. Looks like offense is rolling. Looks like defense, quick 3 and out. Okay, here we go. Then it's like, what the heck happened to the defense in the second half? Offense is moving the ball. They're putting up points. They're scoring. Love's throwing for 337 yards. Jacobs is actually finding some running room. Heck, even Emmanuel Wilson is finding some running room. It's like, okay, offense is now kind of doing its thing, even though they made a couple of stupid decisions to end the first half. Penalties and turnovers. Again, how in the world do you have, granted it didn't really come back to bite them, but still, twice in that game, down at the 1, how do you have a false start from your offensive lineman? Twice happening in the game last night. Twice. That is inexcusable. But at least, offense, second half, moving the ball, going toe-to-toe, kind of going into a little bit of a shootout here with Dallas. But if anybody thought we were going to see that type of defensive performance, that is the most disappointing thing from last night's game. Corners. Whew. You go into a game, no CD Lamb, kind of thinking Jake Ferguson's going to be the guy, going to be the go-to guy, and he did get a touchdown but to allow George Pickens to have 8 catches for 134 yards and a couple of TDs, after singing the praises of this cornerback group for the first 3 games, holy moly, that was a game that I want to say forget about, but I don't necessarily want them to forget about, because I want them to sit there and watch that performance that they all had. Nixon, Hobbs, Valentine, all of them, because that was a pitiful performance from the corners. And, you go into a matchup where, to begin with, Dallas's offensive line hasn't been performing that great, and then they have 2 backups in there, and you get 1 sack. 1 sack. That was barely a sack because it 0-yard loss. Granted, it saved a touchdown at the end. It was Micah Parsons' sack, but that was it. That was it. They got 5 quarterback hits on him. and no turnovers. And only, by the way, one tackle for loss. One tackle for loss in that game. Where are these turnovers for a defense that prides themselves? That's their number one goal. You go back to last year, Jeff Hafley talked about it. We want to lead the league in turnovers. And then this offseason, preseason, and training camp, they focus on, okay, we did a really good job at interceptions last year. Now, let's up it up a little bit and let's focus on forcing some more fumbles. They ain't getting anything right now. And they've got to figure out a way. Matt LaFleur mentioned it after the game last night. We have got to figure out a way to get some turnovers in this thing. And going up against an offense that was missing their top receiver, couple of backup offensive linemen, and looking at how your defense has performed the first 3 weeks, especially from a pressure standpoint, that was incredibly disappointing of a performance. I mean, Dak Prescott, for the most part, looked fairly comfortable back there. 31 of 40, 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, had a rating of a 124.9. And it's the second week in a row, too, when you look at the rookie from last week going up against Cleveland. The run defense, I mean, Williams, 20 carries, 85 yards. Got to tip your cap to Schottenheimer and the Cowboys offense. They were having success moving the football, whether it was short passes, screen games, and then hitting some big plays to Pickens. They figured out something, how to attack Jeff Hafley's group. They figured out something, how to be consistently moving that ball down the field and putting up some darn points. I mean, how many punts did Dallas? So they did have 4 punts, which actually, I'll be honest with you, was a little bit more than I thought they had in that one, but don't know how many they actually had in the second half, to be honest with you. But that, when we look at this game, that's the number one thing that's incredibly disappointing about is the defensive performance. There's no question about it. And the level that they'd set the first 3 weeks, and coming off of last week's performance and looking what you had in front and looking at what Dallas was giving you. And here's the thing too, like Dallas was putting up points in the first couple weeks of the season, but it just pointed at everything from a Packers defensive standpoint to a Dallas's offensive standpoint. There was a lot of advantages pointing to Green Bay. And to do what they did, to put what the type of performance that they did on the field last night, I'd be embarrassed. I'd be embarrassed. And special teams, again, I know it's across the league. Blocked field goals, blocked extra points, blocked this, that, punts, whatever. But this is a reoccurring theme for Green Bay. Again. Blocking, coverage. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, I've got confidence in McManus and such, but how many of us, raise your hand, right before he kicked that field goal to tie it, you're pretty darn nervous. Like, just please protect, cover. Heck, there was even a couple of kicks afterwards. Like, I'm like, boy, he looked like he barely got that off because of the pressure coming in. Why? Is it strictly because, I've seen this thrown out there. Is it strictly because, well, you look at the offensive line injuries to Green Bay. So these guys are playing, more on as because you got to elevate Morgan and Kennard and some of these other offensive linemen, so you're taking them away from special teams and such. To me, that's more of an excuse and such. I mean, a lot of those backup offensive linemen are still playing special teams regardless. Even if they're up as a starter, they're probably still suiting it up on the special teams. So I don't really buy that. That's just a poor job performance. It's a poor performance. And if that Cleveland game was supposed to be a game that, quote unquote, humbles this team, what do we call last night's game then? I don't have a word for it. I don't have a description for it. I was thinking about this last night. I'm like, okay, Cleveland was supposed to be a humbling experience, or to kind of, take, if Green Bay had their heads up in the clouds, super confident, ego all over the place, and Cleveland humbled them. What was last night then? Because we can't say humbling again. Got more to chat about with this performance, this game from last night. Got a few texts to get to here too. Got to take a quick break though. Keep those coming. I know we got a lot of them to get to here. So it's not a grind my gears Tuesday, but it's definitely event session Monday. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. When injuries happen, athletes and families across Western Wisconsin trust Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. From sprains and fractures to joint replacements and rehab, their team combines expert care with advanced technology to help patients recover faster and stronger. With decades of experience and a focus on personalized treatment, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine keeps the Chippewa Valley moving. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, trusted care for every step. Begin the process by setting up your appointment today by visiting cvosm.com. So obviously still talking some green and gold here this morning. We'll get to your thoughts and maybe some of your vents and frustrations here in just a little bit. You know, offensively, I look at this game. I know we're going to focus a lot on the defensive side and some of the special teams issues and such. You know, I look at it offensively, and the performance. Jordan Love is definitely a hot topic or a lightning rod of a topic for many Packers fans. And if you look at his line, he ends up going 31 to 43, 337 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, quarterback rating of a 118.1. And I want to and I've been one to back up Jordan Love this season so far. And I feel like I'm one that has, tried to be the simmer down now guy when it comes to Love, and maybe feel like he gets a little bit more flack than such. And I'm not saying he had an awful game. He did not have an awful game at all last night, but there were just a few plays that it's like, dude, what are you doing? What's going on here? What's the mindset? Like, what's the thought process? I mean, there was a couple plays last night. It's like one of those. I mean, it was kind of fitting with Favre in attendance, I guess. I mean, the lateral or whatever, I was like, okay, that was kind of sweet. Like, okay, wizardly type of play. Awesome, cool. But then it's like, okay, the fumble, you got to be more aware. You got to be more aware. Pocket presence, having the ball that low, having it out wide. Got to be more aware of that. And almost blowing it at the end in overtime. The lack of awareness. And I just literally 1 second away from blowing it and not even attempting a field goal to have a tie. Stuff like that. It's just like, gotta clean that up. I know it's like he's just not quite there. Like I was sitting there watching the game last night, and I'm like, he's not at that level yet for me. And I'm not saying he can't be, but he's still probably not at that level for me where I'm like, all right, I'm feeling good that we're gonna come down and we're gonna score. We're gonna take the lead. Now, they did. I'll give them that. They did last night. But there's still like times where I'm just like, I don't know if I have that confidence right now. Not saying it can't change right now, where it's like, okay, team's on his shoulders, carry us. Like Rodgers did. And Rodgers wasn't like that right away in his career. A lot of quarterbacks aren't like that in their careers. But when you think about the greats, the best quarterbacks in the league, you're like, okay, we need a big play. We need a big play. We can't have stupid mistakes. We need a big play from that quarterback. It still makes me a little bit nervous. And maybe it's just because he's still, this is his 3rd year in the league. Hopefully that'll come. I know he's still young in terms of, experience-wise and such, but I don't want to take away from the performance that he had last night, because overall it was a solid performance, but there's still those couple plays, those few plays where it's like, can't have that. Can't have that. I mean, the fumble was a game-changing play. And that decision, the awareness at the end there, and you saw LaFleur go up to Love right away after that where there's just 1 second left. I mean, if you're a lip reader, you could kind of, or not even a lip reader, you could kind of tell, like, it's like, what's the thought there? What are we doing there? Because you can't waste that time. I just, yeah, I didn't quite get it. And I'm just like, ugh. I want him to take that next step. And I think that's where we began this year 3 of the Love era, where it's like, we got to see that progression. We've got to see that consistency. Again, I don't want to take away anything from the performance he had last night, because the offense had its issues last night, no question about it. But in the second half, it sure seemed like they cleaned up some of it. And they were coming away with points, and they were going down the drive. And finally, the running game got going. Josh Jacobs finally get going. But you still had stupid mistakes from the offensive line, from guys like Elton Jenkins and Jordan Morgan, who we shouldn't be having that. And I know Morgan's missed a lot of time last year, second year, first round pick. We can't be having that. Elton Jenkins, we can't be having that. I mean, the progression to where he's gone to center, and I know Elton last week was very critical of his play. I don't think it has gone as well as we kind of assumed or thought it would go for Elton moving over to center. But you saw again the depth get challenged at this offensive line. And you just hope Zach Tom could come back soon. Aaron Banks could come back soon, and maybe we can get a little bit more depth there. But I was just glad to see finally the running game get going there, because I was ready this morning to be talking about what's going on with this running attack. What's going on? Is it just strictly the offensive line play that's not allowing Josh Jacobs the freedom, the holes to get it? Finally, they kind of got it going there a little bit. But I made this list last night. I'm like, and it was like probably third quarter or such. At that time, there was lack of a running game, offensive line injuries, giving up pressures, penalties, turnovers, stupid turnovers. But I'll say too, like, questionable play calling. Again, I like Matt LaFleur. I hope Matt LaFleur turns into, or I don't know if turns into is the right one, but I want Matt LaFleur to succeed. I like Matt LaFleur. I want him to succeed. But there are some things that are just not clicking, and it felt like sometimes offensively, are we just getting guys involved to get guys involved instead of just naturally letting things happen, instead of just, okay, we got to focus on and getting our best guys out there, and let's build around them. It's not a participation trophy league. It's not like, hey, we're handing out participation ribbons. I don't want to get guys involved just to get guys involved. I think, yes, we want roles for certain players, and we want to try to put players in a position to succeed, and we want to be able to showcase that we are a versatile offense and can do multiple things. But it can't come at the expense of holding back your offense, and it can't come from the expense of having these type of games, close games, or bad offensive performances. I want things to kind of just naturally happen, and there's no flow right now to me in the offensive game plan. And is that because of the injuries to the offensive line where it's affecting stuff? Is it other areas? Is it all the above? There just doesn't seem to be this momentum flow, whatever we want to call it. Like, it's missing right now. And it's frustrating. And again, I don't know if it's just strictly because they're adjusting and having to try to figure out to get through it until they can get their health back on the offensive line. But there's just something missing right now when it comes to this offensive play calling. There's been good moments. There's been great moments. There's been some really good play calls here and there. But then there's like calls like, what are we doing here? Now, I know there's a lot of debate about not going for it on 4th down in the first half. Was it the first quarter? It was like 4th and 2 or 4th and 1. I think it was 4th and 2. And I quite kind of questioned it too. Like I'm sitting there saying, I'm like, okay, because I get both sides of it. You're going up against, at that point, like it was like, okay, Dallas' defense, your offense. A lot of people's like, we should be able to pick that up. Got to be aggressive. You're at the kind of the middle of the field. So I understand that aspect because I was like, I thought they were going to go for it. But then I understand the other side. It's like, okay, at that point, it's early in the game. You're thinking your defense is still your defense from the first 3 weeks. You pin them down deep. Let your defense eat. Let them go to work. Hope for a quick 3 and out. You're going to get good field position. So I understand both, but I guess for me, I probably would have chosen to go for it because at the same time, it's like, okay, if you have that trust in your defense, and at that point, I think we still did. If you don't pick it up, you probably still trust your defense to hold them at the midway mark. But then it's like, we can't have both sides where we're critical then right before the half where they were uber aggressive with less than a minute. What was it, like 30, 40 seconds left? We can't sit there and say, we wish we were aggressive, calling out his lack of aggressiveness, 4th and 2, wanting to go for it, and then saying they should have just ran the ball and let the clock go out before the half. We can't say wanting to be more aggressive in that situation and not being aggressive in that situation. It's one or the other. But that's the problem I have right now with some of the decisions on the offense. It doesn't feel like there's this singular mindset. Are we going to be aggressive or are we not going to be aggressive? Because in one instance we weren't, and the other we were. So what is it? What are we going to be? We know Detroit's, for example, they're always going to be aggressive. We know it. That's their mindset. That's their style. That's what they are. That's their identity. And I really don't know if we have an identity. I don't really know if we have a mindset yet. And that's one of my biggest issues right now when it comes to the play calling and the offensive decisions so far. And it still boggles my mind on some of these penalties and decisions. And I don't know. It's frustrating. Like if I had to use one word to describe last night's game, obviously frustrating comes to mind, disappointing, lackluster. Bunch of ones I know I can't say right now. So it's really disappointing. It's really disappointing. And it sucks. Let's just call it for what it sucks. A tie sucks. Losses are awful. Losses, you're really but this feels like a loss. It's not a loss in that column, but this really feels like a loss. Because there was no reason for that type of performance. It was inexcusable, especially from the defensive side. This might as well be a loss. I don't know how it's all going to play out when the season's done with and how the standings shake out. We don't know how it's going to all turn out. It could help out Green Bay. It could hurt them. But we're not going to know that until the end of the regular season. But it really just feels like a loss. All right, we'll take a quick break, go through some of your comments and such. I do have some Brewers chat coming up in the next hour, so I want to talk about that. If you're a Brewers fan, how are you feeling about your team heading into the postseason? We're not going to see the Brewers until Saturday. We don't know who they're going to play. It's going to be Cubs or Padres. But from what you saw from the weekend against the Reds, maybe even a little bit before that, how are you feeling? Wide majority of you, according to our poll, you're about, You're so-so. All right, quick break, and we'll wrap up the first hour. Coming up after these quick words. The VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire is the place where good food, live music, great times come together. From casual dinners with friends to packed nights with great local bands, there's always something happening at the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. The kitchen serves up delicious meals, the drinks are cold, the atmosphere is welcoming. Whether it's a night out, a community event, or just a place to relax, VFW Post 305 has it all. Visit them today at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. Maybe if you're up and at it this morning and you're wondering, man, where do I go for a little breakfast this morning? Oh, easy. VFW Post 305. Get yourself the taco omelet. You can say thanks later. All right. I only got a minute left, so I'll get to some of your comments, texts, tweets, YouTube video stream stuff coming up in the next hour. Also, I do want to talk some Brewers now that the regular season is officially in the books, and we're gonna have to wait a few days until we see the Brewers in action, but that's okay because that means they've got the bye. Obviously, Brewers setting a franchise record for wins in the regular season, 97 with their win yesterday. But how you feeling, Brewers fans, about your team heading into the postseason from what you have seen the last maybe couple of weeks or so? Right now, 85% of you saying so-so. You're feeling so-so right now. 10% very confident. 5% of you saying no chance. They've got no chance. All right, quick break. 1 hour in. We got a couple more to go to get your vents in if you want. All right. Plenty more green and gold talk coming up this morning. Let's kick off next hour talking some baseball. All right, hour two kicking off right now on this final Monday for the month of September 29th. A big thanks for making us a part of your start. If you are already up and at it, you should be. I mean, isn't it like coffee day today? I should have brought more coffee this morning. I don't know what I was thinking after only having about 2 hours of shut eye last night after that game, but ugh, it is what it is. But anyways, if you're just waking up, good morning. How you doing? All right, let's do a little roll call maybe. Kind of change it up. Where are you listening to us from? How are you listening to us? Let me know. Text it, YouTube it, social media it, whatever floats your boat here this morning. A lot of you chiming in different ways. I'm going to get to some of your texts coming up here and comments here in a little bit because there are a lot of them. Definitely a lot of green and gold chat here this morning after last night's performance. Packers now heading into the bye week, and maybe it is coming at a more perfect time right now, not just because of the injuries, but getting their mind right, getting their mindset right. So I do want to talk some baseball coming up here too, because we are into the postseason now. The postseason bracket is set. Not a bad day to go in, or not a bad weekend to go into too. And I think we got some really good matchups in the wild card round. You know, I look at that Detroit and Cleveland series. That looks like it's going to be a fun one. You've got the rivalry between New York and Boston. I think San Diego and the Cubs one is going to be a good one. And I know Brewers fans really going to be paying attention to that one. Then you got the Reds who get into the postseason. They get to face the Dodgers. Hey, division-wise, NL Central, tip the cap. A lot of us, including myself, thought only one NL Central team was going to go to the postseason. As you look at the National League, it's like, yeah, it's going to be tough to get multiple teams. The only one that's going to get in there is going to be the division winner. NL Central sent 3 teams. So shout out to the Central for proving all of us wrong. All of us wrong. Nice representation there. But we'll talk some Brewers coming up here in just a skosh. So I want to get your thoughts though. Brewers wise, how are you feeling? If you're a Brewers fan, how are you feeling heading into the postseason? Okay. Wide majority of you so far saying, so-so. At least on the poll question on our Facebook page. But if you want to chime in and give me your thoughts on that, I'd love to hear from you. So C-Bomb with, of course, a lot of text here this morning. Says, good morning, El Capitano, listening on the app on my drive to work. When I get there, whether it be near Richmond or Hudson, I will flip on the YouTube channel. C-Bomb a little bit earlier says, I am disappointed in Halfley. We made Williams look like a superstar, made Pickens look like Michael Irvin, and didn't appear to make a single adjustment throughout the entire second half. This is the first time that I've been real disappointed in all of the scheme and how all the schemes looked on defense. I was wondering if Joe Barry came back. Corners 10 yards off the line of scrimmage, half of the second half. I'm not saying the Packers aren't a Super Bowl contender. I'm just saying they'll never make it there if they don't show up ready to eat every single game. Mark says, back in the day, before the advent of overtime, we used to have a lot of ties. I think it was Vincent Lombardi who coined the phrase. I think that's who you mean, right? Or is it Vincent T. who coined the phrase, a tie is like kissing your sister? Well, I don't have any sisters, so I can't say if that's accurate, but I don't like this tie. How long do we have to put up with crappy special teams, kickoff coverage? The very basic rule is to stay in your lanes. And we can't even seem to do that. It's give up too many short fields. And to top that off, too, because I agree with you, Mark, I don't want my kicker to have to make the tackles. I don't want my kicker to be the one. And we saw McManus doing a couple of those. He shouldn't be the one making the tackles. And especially the importance on staying in your lanes and coverage units with the new kickoff rules. You're going to have those returns. You've got to do a better job. But I'd never want to have to see my kicker throwing his body out there to try to take that returner down. I don't want to see that. Living a dream, Jeff says, this team is so frustrating. I don't know who needs to light a fire under some of these players' butts, but it needs to happen. I'm thinking I bought into the hype, but it's the same issues we've seen for years. Special teams stinks, undisciplined offensive line, defense is regressing. Not sure if it's a lack of leadership or lack of talent. Either way, seats are starting to warm up for a few folks in this organization. Jeremy says, I've said this almost every year, but when will Rich Bisaccia actually contribute to special teams getting better? He's one of the highest paid coordinators in the NFL, and the special teams has consistently been below average. He was brought in to help, and in my opinion, he hasn't. He is a well-respected coach amongst the league, but Jeremy, I would agree with you too. Where are we seeing the consistency and the improvement? Where are we seeing that? I get it. Players love him. Players love playing for him. You hear a lot of the guys that have come over to Green Bay said a big reason was because of Bisaccia, but at the same time, where's the improvement on special teams? Where is it? Where is it? I would agree. I would agree with you. Is the trade-off for a good quarterback a really bad special teams? 3 points. That's the swing of the game. Packers had them buried early and couldn't finish. Offense looked really good, though, and if you put up 40, you should win. And that was grounding. I don't care if it was unintentional. That was grounding. Yeah, I would agree with that too, man. That's from Surveyor. Also, why was Carl Brooks flagged for the face mask? Oh, yeah, he was held. He beat his man and was held. You know, there was also a play going back to the corners too that really just like bugged me. And it was a great catch. It was a great catch. But why did Nixon give up on that deep pass? Even if he did think it was out of bounds, still go. Follow your receiver. Follow the receiver. Just to make sure. Like that we talk about the fire, the energy, the enthusiasm. That one really bugged me. There was a lot of plays that bugged me last night. That one's up there too. With that great catch on the sidelines. I'm blanking on the receiver from Dallas off the top of my head right now. But then there's the image of Nixon just standing in the end zone. Thinking it was going to go out of bounds is inexcusable to me. You play. Anybody who has coached in youth sports as a kid, what's one of the first things you always say, you play to the whistle. You play until you hear somebody say, plays over, dead ball, whistle, or whatever. Don't assume. Nixon got caught assuming. And that just bugged me because that, to me, showed a lack of effort. And I'm just like, what are we doing? Like, if the receiver obviously didn't give up on the play, that bugged me. It really bugged me. Let's go through a bunch on our YouTube stream here. Is it Wisconsin Ben? Wisco Ben? No, it's Wisconsin Ben. After seeing Cheerio have a few hits and McGill have a 1-2-3 inning, feeling better after yesterday. Asking the question, I did ask a question about Mizorowski in the first hour. Cannot trust him to come into a high leverage situation in the playoffs. Sadly, the Miz can start again next year. Also, once again, the play calling for let me just scroll down here. Once again, the play calling got conservative, and they were playing not to lose instead of to win. They need to keep their foot on the gas in the second quarter and put these teams away. James says LaFleur's play calling made no sense in the last 2 minutes of overtime. You're gashing the Cowboys up the middle and then start calling outside stretch runs when your team looks gassed. Overtime clock management was poor. They didn't get themselves a legitimate chance to win the game. If I never see Love throw a deep fade on third and manageable, I'll be a happier fan. All frustration aside, Packers issues seem fixable, but I see little in the way of fixing. Zach, I'm just trying to go through. There's a bunch of messages on here, which I love. Keep them coming. Zach chiming in here, saying Special teams was not good. The penalties killed us. What was Jordan Love thinking on that second to last play in overtime? All that time he took off the clock, what was that? Also, where was the pass rush last night? Dak pretty much did whatever he wanted. Cornerbacks seemed to play soft. Last thing I'll rant about, it seemed like the whole tempo of the game changed for us after that blocked field goal. It seemed like after that happened, they struggled. Obviously Green Bay started with a lot of energy. You scored the touchdown right away. You force a quick 3 and out. Sure seemed like Jerry's Dome had plenty of Packers fans in there to keep the momentum, to keep that energy and enthusiasm alive, or whatever you want to call it. And then they allowed a blocked PAT that turned into 2 points. That's when I think we could all point to that specific moment and saying, did that really suck out all the energy from that team? And why? You're still up 13-2. I get it. It's a sucky play, but come on now. Let's get out of our heads. But that wouldn't just really seem to just like completely turn the game on its head. And I don't know why. Like, I get it. It's a big play, but come on now. You're still up 13-2. Stay with the aggressiveness. Stay with that mindset. We can't, the whole our I don't know if I'm going to say this because I know we got younger listeners in that, but our blank is hot. We can't be saying that if we don't follow through it. We can't be saying all gas, no brakes. If we don't follow through it, it just falls on deaf ears. That's coaching, but I also look at players. If you're going to be wearing that captain's patch, that's got to come from your captains too. And that's got to come from other players. You got to bring it every single play. You got to bring it every single drive. And there was too many times when the camera was panning on some of those players, just the blank look on them, the blank stare. They looked like a deer caught in headlights. Or you could tell there was some worry on some of those defensive players. They were lost. Keep the C-Bomb says, agree on Nixon. That fired me up. Just walking behind the pass. Try contesting that. He may not catch it. Dumb. I agree. Especially that close to the sideline, for crying out loud. It's in the sideline. You treat him as an extra defender. You have the advantage as the corner. Stop assuming. Follow the receiver. Just make it more difficult on them. Don't let them have a highlight catch. Yes, it was a great catch. Yes, he had to get those 2 feet. It was a difficult catch, but he made the catch. What are we doing? Gosh, that fired me up last night and got me fired up again. That play was the epitome to me of the enthusiasm and the energy level for some of those players last night. Darn it. John says, could a lot of the penalties on the offensive line being part of Elton Jenkins looking down through his legs? I'm losing my voice. At Jordan Love, instead of the guard tapping him on the leg to snap the ball. I know Collinsworth made a mention of it last night. Yeah, Collinsworth talked about it. It is a little interesting. I don't know, John. I don't. But I was thinking about this. With all the injuries to the offensive line, at some point, do they move Jenkins back to guard and maybe try something different at center? I mean, Jenkins last week, very critical of his play. But do we shake it up a little bit there? And because, I mean, we did that with Jenkins trying at right tackle. Remember? Put him over right tackle. Yeah, it wasn't working the greatest. Put him back to guard. Now they got him at center. For all intents purposes through the first few weeks, it's probably not gone to the level that they thought. Did they try changing that up? Especially with some of the injuries on the offensive line? Now, I know some people are like, well, where do you put him at and such? I mean, do you try a Sean Ryan at center? Do you try some? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. Keep the Packers thoughts coming. I do want to switch gears here a little bit and talk some baseball because we do have postseason baseball. We got a Brewers team that's got the most wins in Major League Baseball. We're getting set for their first round coming up this Saturday. I want to talk some Brewers baseball coming up next. Deer season, football season, baseball season. Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire has hunters and tailgaters covered. Known for expert venison processing, Mike's turns that hard-earned deer into high-quality cuts, sausages, and more. And for the next big game, go grab yourself some of their famous homemade brats, perfect for any tailgate party. Local flavor, family service, and quality you can taste. That's Mike's Star Market. Stop on in today. Taste the difference. Mark, yeah, forgot about the Nixon play this morning until you just reminded me. Now I'm ticked off about that again. That can't happen. He can test that catch just a little, and it's not going to be made. Completely agree. Completely agree. We'll get back to some more green and gold chat coming up here in just a little bit, but I do want to give some love to the Brew Crew. Got to talk some baseball as we are now into the postseason. We got to wait till Saturday for the Brewers to be back in action. We don't know who they're going to be playing yet, but wild card's going to be kicking off starting tomorrow. Playoff baseball, one of my favorite seasons out there, sports season. We're approaching October here, and for me, I don't know about the rest of you, but October is like top 2 sports months of the calendar year. You've got football season going on, both NFL and college, NBA seasons and NHL seasons starting up at the back end, but then you get October baseball, playoff baseball. So, and you got some really good matchups again. I mean, I'm looking at the wild card rounds. I love that Detroit Cleveland series. I hope that lives up to it. You've got the rivalry between Boston and New York, and I know it hasn't been like the rivalry that we've kind of seen at times, but maybe this is something with a playoff series. Hey, it could spark it up a little bit. I think San Diego and Chicago could be an entertaining series. Hopefully they kind of beat up on each other a little bit before whoever wins it and plays the Brewers. And then you got the Reds sneaking in, getting in that last playoff spot. They're going up against the Dodgers. But Brewers, 97 wins, setting a franchise record for the most wins in the regular season. Also, clinching home field throughout the entire postseason, even if they go to the World Series. But I do have to ask this, Brewers fans. How are you feeling about your team heading into the postseason? You confident? You kind of so-so? Are you of the mindset they got no chance? Where are you at? Because, just talking to quite a few people over the weekend, hanging out at the ball fields and such, and obviously you're going to talk some baseball and you're going to talk some Brewers. There was some apprehension surrounding the Brewers, and I think our latest poll question, our post-Glass and Mirrors 715 Speaks poll question reflects that. There's some unknown. There's some nervousness surrounding the team heading into the postseason. Now, they get Trevor McGill back. I think that's a boost. They get DL Hall back to help bolster the pen here a little bit too. I think there's still a little bit of weariness surrounding whether Brandon Woodruff can go for the Brewers or not. I think there's a good chunk of Brewers fans that would probably feel more confident if they knew Woodruff was going to be a part of the rotation. But the fact that he's not, I think takes a little bit of a knock for some Brewers fans. But also, too, you look at the offense that we've seen here from maybe the last few games and such, and I think there's a big nervousness surrounding that. Can they get back to putting up some more runs, putting up some more hits, having success in manufacturing runs, and just helping out the pitching staff a little bit? So I think it's safe to say there's questions surrounding the Brewers heading into the postseason, but I think you could say that for all the teams or for a lot of the teams. There's questions surrounding a lot of these teams as they head into the postseason. I think this bye. I'm going to be a little optimistic here. Now, let me back up a step. I'm probably in a so-so category too. I'm probably in a so-so category because, one, history, recent history. Two, I mean, I've got the season, you look back at it, all 162 games, setting a franchise record for wins and best record in all of Major League Baseball. It's so exciting. It's something in my lifetime haven't really experienced. Obviously 97 wins. I've gone through the 96 wins and such. But when you factor in this team, nobody thought they'd have the best record in Major League Baseball. So bar was set kind of high. It's a good nerve. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a good nervousness because I want this team to make a deep run. I want them to advance deep into the postseason. Last time we've seen a Brewers team advance in the postseason, got to go back to 2018. So it's been a hot minute, for crying out loud. So I think it's like, that good nerves, good nervousness to have. But there's still questions. I think that's fair to have questions surrounding this Brewers team heading into the postseason. Now, if all of a sudden we find out later this week, hey, Brandon Woodruff's going to go, I think the enthusiasm is going to rise for a lot of Brewers fans, and maybe even so with this team. It's like, Woodruff's going to pitch. All right, dude, let's go. Now we go, right? That's where I think that's going to be the mindset. But you look at the potential of either the Cubs or the Padres, we'd be stupid not to think it's going to be a tough matchup in a divisional series. It's going to be tough. If it's the Cubs, you worry a little bit about Cubs fans who travel well up north to Milwaukee. The division rival aspect of it. Two teams who are very familiar with each other. Padres, there's no question they've got talent. We just saw the Brewers and the Padres, right? We know what they got. I think you look at one thing when it comes to the Padres, like, okay, they're 38-43 on the road, under 500 on the road. Brewers, 52-29 at home. Tied for the third best home record in all of Major League Baseball. Phillies, Blue Jays, the only two that are better. This is going to be, I think, a week that a lot of Brewers fans are going to be following along for some news updates. Following along to see if Woodruff is going to be able to play. Following along to see if Quintana is going to be back. It sounds like the bullpen session went well. But I'm glad at least the Brewers, for as small as the game might have seemed yesterday, yes, all the talk is about the 97th win and setting the franchise record for the most wins and such. And I think if you ask a lot of Brewers fans, they wanted that just to say, okay, all right, they did it. And maybe even some on the team, players-wise. I know Pat Murphy talked about it, kind of saying, glad this team's going to be recognized for something with that 97th win. I mean, they're at the top. They're alone now for the most wins in franchise history. But also, let's be real here, too. Will fans really remember it too much if it's a quick appearance in the postseason? One series and done? Sure. I think Brewers fans for a while will remember this season, regardless of how it turns out. Now, hopefully we remember it because it ends in a championship. I think some will still remember it because it was a regular season that surprised everybody. Most wins in Major League Baseball. Nobody really thought the Brewers were going to be a team like that at the beginning of the year. So I think fans who are watching and following along with this team this year, they're going to remember that. But depending on how this thing finishes in the postseason, I mean, we've got super high expectations. We want to win postseason games. We want to win a World Series trophy. The expectation of just getting to the postseason is not enough. And it shouldn't be enough anymore. It's what's next. It's been great to have, and I don't want to take it for granted. It's been great to have 7 of the last 8 years being in the postseason, being a part of the conversation, having a chance to get to you hear a lot of teams say that we just want a shot. Get in the dance. We just want a shot. And it's been great to have 7 shots in the last 8 years. But I also think it's fair to say, can we get a little more? And I think that should be from the team too, not just from fans. I think that should be the expectation from the team too. Hey, we're there. But you know what? That's not good enough anymore. Yes, take these moments. Don't take them for granted. Embrace them. Enjoy them. But I also think We got to have a little bit more. We want a little bit more. And that should be not just a fan expectation. That should be from a franchise, a team expectation. I know some fans aren't going to believe that's what Mark's main goal is from an ownership standpoint. There are going to be those fans that will believe that that's not the ultimate goal, and that's fine. You're not going to change minds on that. But I'm talking about from a player standpoint and from a coaching and a managerial standpoint. Those players want to win a championship. Those managers and that front office want to win a championship, and that's all that matters right now. They're in the postseason. They control their destiny. Every single team now that's left in this postseason, the final 12, all control their destiny. And it's up to the players and it's up to the managers now to win this thing, to have a deep postseason run. I'm really curious to see how this postseason roster is going to shape up, how it's all going to shake out. Certain players, their roles getting into the postseason too. One of them is Jacob Misiorowski. I mean, boy, when this season's all said and done, after the postseason, because we'll see what happens with him in the postseason and that, but when you look at Misiorowski's year, what a whirlwind to begin his professional career at the big leagues. I mean, he comes out dominant, makes the All-Star team, is talks about Rookie of the Year. Then after the All-Star break, it's like, ooh, now we're saying, okay, he's not going to be in the starting rotation. Now the question's like, do you trust him coming into high leverage situations out of the bullpen? Got to see a little bit of that. Was it on Saturday night against the Reds? I think it was a good test for him. It was a good test for Pat Murphy to kind of wonder, all right, can I put him in a situation like that in the postseason? I don't know if you can right now. But, I mean, the kid came in and just skyrocketed to the top. And it's not to say he can't get back there next year. We got to remember, this is his rookie year. But he's and not everybody's going to be like a Paul Skeens when they first come into the major leagues. But, man, you went to the top. And what a whirlwind first couple months it was for him. And it's just been a steady decline. It's been a lot on this youngster this year. And maybe it's just you look at, okay, next year we're resetting. Off-season reset. Maybe he needs the off-season to kind of just reset, take a deep breath from everything, right? I mean, because it's been go, 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 go for him. Off-season might do that guy a lot of wonders. I think, the mindset is he's still going to be a starter, and that's the long-term version of him. But in the immediate term, do you trust Misiorowski coming out of the pen in tough situations? Or is he a guy that you throw out there to eat some innings if the game's kind of out of reach, or either way? Maybe you're up or maybe you're so far down. And I don't know how the rest of this playoff roster is going to look like. Obviously, a lot's going to depend on Quintana and Woodruff. But they've got some interesting decisions they're going to have to make. There's no question. We'll talk some more Brewers coming up here. We got to take a quick break. Keep your thoughts coming. Text it. You can YouTube it. All that fun stuff. We'll be back in just a little bit. When it comes to flooring, homeowners in the Chippewa Valley trust Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable tile and stylish luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center offers a wide selection of high-quality flooring options to fit any style and budget. Customers appreciate their knowledgeable staff, expert advice, and professional installation, making the process smooth from start to finish. Locally owned and operated, Carpet City Flooring Center understands the needs of Wisconsin homes and takes pride in delivering personal hometown service. Conveniently located off of Claremont, or not Claremont Avenue, you're over on oh boy, I just blanked on Hamilton. There we go, Hamilton Avenue, 3109 East Hamilton Avenue. I guess it's a little bit off of Claremont over there. But Eau Claire, they've got you covered from one room or the whole house, or maybe you got your office space. We've used them for our new studios. I've used them for our house, so they can help you out, whether it's your home or whether it's your place of work. So go visit them today. Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. You can check out their website, carpetcitywi.com, or also go stop by and say hi to the friendly peeps over on Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. I was reading a little bit this morning from The Athletic, looking up some baseball stuff, and The Athletic has the one good stat, one bad stat for every playoff baseball team. And for the Brewers, they've got their best stat, infield hits, 164 of those. As they say, it should come as no surprise to those who have watched the Brewers for any stretch this season that Milwaukee ranks among the top few teams in batting average, on base percentage, and opposite field hitting percentage, and is the runaway winner in most base running categories. They are built for this brand of baseball and are executing it beautifully. The Brewers, who also lead the majors in bunt hits, have registered more infield hits this season than any club since the 2015 Boston Red Sox, the 2013 Brewers, and the 2011 Texas Rangers. Yeah, I think that I mean, anybody, again, who has watched a Brewers game or has listened to a Brewers game, followed along to a Brewers game, if you'd have said Brewers lead in infield hits, you'd be like, yeah, duh. That completely makes sense. Putting pressure on the defense, getting on base, putting pressure on the defense. Worst stat, again, it's probably not going to come to any Brewers fans' surprise. Barrel rate by hitters, 6.6%. What the heck is that? Home runs. The Brewers are pests in the batter's box and on the base paths, but they do not eviscerate the baseball like some of the other ball clubs. Though Christian Yelich nearly hit 30 homers, Jackson Chourio cleared 20, and Bryce Terang and Contreras were close behind, Milwaukee ranked 22nd in the majors in homers this season. Playoff baseball games often swing on one big blast, as Brewers fans know from last year. And so we'll see if the Brewers find that pop at just the right moment in October. That is going to be the question, right? That is going to be that has been the question all season long surrounding the Brewers. Can they hit the ball hard enough, deep enough to advance in the postseason? Can they do it? A lot of people are not going to pick the Brewers because they're going to look at the home run stat. And they're going to look at that and say, yep, you need to be able to hit home runs in the Major League Baseball playoffs. If you look at a lot of predictions, you're probably not going to see too many, even though they have the best record and the top spot in the National League. You're probably not going to see a lot of national predictions going for the Brewers. It is. It is what it is. I was looking at some of CBS Sports' predictions. Some of them had the Brewers advancing to the NLCS. Some had them losing their first one. What was really annoying is they were using an old Brewers logo for their brackets, which maybe doesn't bother a whole lot of people. I'm like, do you guys even follow the Brewers by using an old logo for your write-ups? But, later on in the week, I want to talk a little bit about, all right, who are some of the players? Who's going to be key players for the Brewers to advance deep into this postseason? So think about that for a little bit as we get closer to that divisional series. Because we got a few days yet. I do want to talk some more green and gold coming up, but if you're just joining us and you haven't had a chance to vent a little bit about the game from last night, you can hit us up there. Brandon's mom says, I missed B's mom earlier this morning. Mom's morning, Bees mom here. Where is our team from the first 2 weeks of the season? Where did our defense go yesterday? And go Brewers, best in baseball. Brewers pitching makes me nervous. More confident in hitting. Go Brewers. Forgot G-Man's text. G-Man, I can't believe I forgot your text here too. DK, the Brewers have the best record and the best team in Major League Baseball and the best manager, and the manager has pocket pancakes to eat. The Brewers will win it all this year. Go Brewers, go. Win it for yuck. I hope so, man. I hope so. I think this is going to be, on paper to me, it looks like a fantastic playoff bracket for Major League Baseball. It looks like a really good one. I don't think, do you buy, because I've been seeing this kind of being thrown out there too. I think I would agree with it. There's no like super team. There's no like, what would it be like, maybe like a Dodgers team from the last few years or such, but like there's no big super team. Remember, was it, I think it was 2018, like the Red Sox that year. I remember the thought was whoever comes out of the National League is just going to lose to the Red Sox because they were so dominant. And the Red Sox, I mean, they just kind of cruised through and they won the World Series. Found out some stuff that they were doing afterwards, but I don't think, I don't think there's really a super team. I mean, for crying out loud, the American League was going back and forth on who was going to be the top seed up until the wire here. You look at the American League here. Can you make a case for Toronto to go? Yeah. Can you make a case for Seattle to go? Heck yeah. Yankees? Sure. Boston? Why not? Detroit? They were really good in the first half, flamed out here in the second half, but can they catch a little fire and go? Why not? Cleveland's one of the hottest teams heading into the postseason. Sure. Cubs? Yeah, I could see it. Padres? Yeah. Dodgers? Yep. Phillies? Yep. Brewers? Why not? I'm pumped for this playoff, for these playoffs to begin and to get going. I'm going to be nervous for the Brewers because I think it's going to be I really believe if the Brewers can advance to the World Series, they're really going to have earned it. I mean, they're going to have to go up against the Padres or the Cubs. That's going to be a tough matchup. And then probably either the Dodgers or the Phillies. Sorry, Reds. Maybe the Reds could do it, but probably the Dodgers or Phillies. And if they get by those teams, get to the World Series, why can't they win it all then? All right, let's take our final break here before we have to wrap up the second hour. Don't forget, though, too, it is Monday. So the best and worst from the weekend, your weekend hangovers, the highs, the lows, the goods, the bads. What was it for you? Maybe an easy one for this weekend. Also, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying blank, fill it in there, but I'm just saying blank, fill it in. I've got mine. I'll do my I'm not saying, but I'm just saying to close out the second hour. All right. Final break for the second hour. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Deer season in Wisconsin isn't just a hobby, it's a tradition. And for hunters who take it seriously, there's one stop that's been trusted year after year, and that is Tilden Gun. From rifles and scopes to ammo and accessories, Tilden Gun has what hunters need to get ready for the woods. No gimmicks, no guesswork, solid gear, fair prices, and honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether there's someone zeroing in on a new scope or maybe grabbing some more ammo or finally upgrading that old rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. With a wide selection, dependable brands, and a staff that actually knows what they're talking about, Tilden Gun is where Wisconsin hunters go when they want to do it right. This season, before you head out to the stand, make sure you stop at Tilden Gun. Tilden Gun, where Wisconsin deer hunters gear up. You can check out their website at tildengun.com or stop by their shop 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. Got a couple texts from John and Mark talking special teams here. I'll get to those just coming up past the top of the hour because I'm running out of time here a little bit. But I want to do my I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I actually got a couple of them. I'm going to go with a couple of them. They're pretty generic. They're pretty, not earth-shattering or like that. I'm not saying the Packers are in major trouble for their season, but I'm just saying I have no idea right now what to make of this team. I really don't. You start off 2-0. And I think fans, and I'll even say it, I think some of the players started to buy into their own hype. Then you see the Cleveland performance, and then you see yesterday or last night. 2-1-1. I don't know what to make of this team right now, 4 games into it. I just don't. My other one was, I'm not saying he's going to be let go during the bye week, but I'm just saying Rich Bisaccia needs to figure something out. This special teams unit needs to figure something out because it is getting, I'll use the P word, pathetic. It's already been pathetic, but it's even getting more pathetic right now. It's frustrating. Now we're holding. I know I can't be the only one watching this group. Every kickoff now, every field goal attempt, now every extra point attempt, where I'm holding my breath. I know I can't be the only one feeling that. I'm holding my breath. Please make a tackle that's before the 40. Please block long enough so we can get the kickoff. I know I can't be the only one. Let's talk some more special teams. Mark, John, got a couple comments. We'll get to those as well. And the rest of yours. Hit us up. Hit us up on YouTube. Text it on over on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. 2 in. A couple more to go. We'll be back after the news updates. All right, third hour, kick it off right now on this Monday morning, the final Monday morning of September for 2025. Big thanks for making us a part of your starts. If you're just joining us, welcome. Where have you been? Hit us up with some texts. What's on your mind this morning regarding the green and gold and the Brewers and such? Hit us up with that text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. You can also hit us up on the YouTube video stream. All right. Join the chat over there. We want to hear from you. Okay. Talked a lot of Packers so far. We've talked a lot of Brewers here so far. Had a couple of texts coming in right before the top of the hour. Mark from Eau Claire says special teams mistakes ruins Packers' chances to win. Blocked PAT in the late coverage that gave Cowboys a great field position. John says, what do you think needs to change for this special teams unit? Change in personnel? Fire Rich Bisaccia? Something needs to happen in the bye week to get it fixed. The special teams unit has cost the Packers 2 games now. So I was doing some looking up here during the break. So while there's some rankings when you kind of look at special teams and that, but for the longest time, Rick Gosselin, he's covered the NFL for years and such. It was always kind of an annual thing for him to come out with his special teams rankings at the end of the season. He'd come out with the rankings, and it was kind of like the gold standard for special teams rankings. Okay. So now Bill Huber, who actually covers the Packers, kind of has taken over that. So I was just kind of curious to see where the Packers ranked special teams wise the last, let's go back to like 2022. Okay. And it hasn't been good. If we go back to 2022, the Packers ranked on this list 22nd. 2023, where did Green Bay rank? 29th. 2024, Green Bay, 22nd. It's not good enough. It's nowhere near good enough. It's inexcusable, especially like many of you have said. Rich Bisaccia is one of the highest paid, if not the highest paid, special teams coordinator in the entire National Football League. Are we getting that return? I shouldn't say are we, because it's not us. Are the Packers getting that return on investment for what they're paying? For the highest paid, one of the highest paid special teams coordinators in the league, are they getting that return on investment? No, they're not. That's what I would say. I get it. He is well respected across the entire league. Players have said they've come to Green Bay because of Rich Bisaccia. I appreciate that. I understand that. I respect that. But in terms of his unit right now, in terms of this special teams unit, it is not good enough. It is not getting the job done. He is not going to get fired during the season. I guess never say never, but I would be shocked. I would be shocked if that were to actually happen. But I don't see it happening. In terms of what needs to be fixed, I've heard, especially when it's come to the blocks, it's, Packers are playing their backup offensive linemen in a starting role because of all the injuries, so it's affecting that. It could be, but at the same time, they're still going to be out there. I mean, these guys, we say it every year in preseason and training camp. Every year, every team says this. You want to make the ball club? Perform on special teams. But are teams getting away from that? Are they getting away from that? And is that affecting the special teams? For all the changes in special teams, especially when it comes to the kickoff rule and that, and pushing back the extra points, it's put more of a premium on special teams play. Teams like Green Bay needs to do a better job in investing in it and playing better in that area. It's not long gone are the days now of let's just kick it back to the end zone. Don't worry about a return. Chip shot, extra points. That stuff's gone now. They're putting more of a premium on returning the football. They're making extra point kicks more difficult. We went through this with the kicker situation the last couple of years. And now it just feels like we're back at the whole protection issue. I don't think it's just one little thing. I think it's a bunch of things. It's missed assignments. It's talent. It's philosophy, coaching philosophy. I know Bisaccia said, was that last week or maybe even the week before? Typical coach speak. Early, guys getting used to it. I fully expect us not to be in this position by the end of the year. We're going to be better in that. But, for crying out loud, if it's costing you games, early in the season, it's an issue we need to address. And it's got to be fair. It's not like it's just happened this year. Okay? Maybe that kind of comment we can live with at the beginning of the year because, if you've had success the last few years where you've been a top-ranked unit, like, okay, you know what? I trust you. I trust what you say because look at the previous years. Yep, okay, you know what you're doing. That sort of thing. But the fact that it's been this as an issue for the last few years, I can't buy that. The confidence level in that group for me is low. It's incredibly low. You're talking about a 3-point swing last night that had an insane effect on the game in more ways than one. Not just on the scoreboard, but momentum, everything. Special teams miscue. Again, how many times have we said this when it's come to this unit? Special teams, I think sometimes we as fans kind of take it for granted a lot because, when we talk about coaching staffs and we look at different coaches and that we put head coach and then who's your defense and offensive coordinator. And we even look at certain position group coaches too. Then there's the special teams coordinator. And we don't, a lot of times, we don't maybe pay enough attention to it or we kind of take it for granted. But when it's bad, then we kind of really pigeonhole it or we really focus on it. And it's been bad for a while now for Green Bay. Sean Mania, we go back through the list, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Heck, even during the Mike McCarthy era, Sean Slocum, right? For whatever reason. And then we would have years where it's like, okay, we're going to put a premium on bringing in guys to fill out our roster for special teams. The Rudy Fords, all these other signings to help special teams. For whatever reason, it's just not worked at a consistent level. And I don't know. I don't think there's just one singular answer in this thing. I think, gosh, I don't know what you do to remedy it. Do you strip Bisaccia of special teams coordinator, keep him on as assistant head coach, and bring in a different voice, bring in a new voice? You look across the league, and there's some special teams coordinators that have, been long-time special teams coordinators, and they've had success, consistent success, wherever they've gone or wherever they're at. Dave Tubb from Kansas City, he's been mentioned as he's gotten head coaching interviews. He's mentioned as a head coaching candidate for years, but his teams have always been fairly consistent. Fossil over there with Tennessee. He was with Dallas. Before that, he was with the Rams. But I don't think it's just one thing. I think it's a combination of both. But I will say this: the coach. It starts and ends with the coach. The coach, you have to work with what you're given with. And if you're asking players to do things that they're not good at, or if you're teaching coaching wrong techniques, philosophy that's just not working, but you continue to hammer down on it. I mean, we talked about it a lot over the years with defensive coordinators, like with Joe Barry, right? Why are we fitting square pegs into a round hole? I don't know if that's what's going on, but I mean, for crying out loud, this cannot continue. It absolutely cannot continue. How would you describe last night's game in one word for the Packers appropriately? So I can say on it. There's definitely words that come into my mind, but hey, I just can't say it. Right? Frustrating, disappointing, saddening, disheartening, all the above. Man, special teams, and then confusing when if you kind of look strictly maybe at the defensive side of things. Yeah. I think about that game last night and just sitting there and watching it and following along, and I'm like, what is going on? I do want to mention a couple of positives. We talked about Jordan Love in the first hour and that, but let's also give some flowers to Romeo Dobbs. I think we got to give some flowers to that guy, to 87. He is clearly the go-to guy for Jordan Love. 6 catches, 58 yards, but 3 touchdowns, but a couple big catches too. Right on. I mean, the one on the sideline. The guy, he is like a receiver where you have a youngster and you're teaching him to catch, and you always hear, catch with your hands. Romeo Dobbs is like one of the best examples of that. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching Romeo Dobbs and I'm watching him play last night. I'm like, dang, if you're Green Bay, do you just let him walk away after this year? If he's got that connection with Love? I mean, I know you've got Watson locked up for another year. You drafted Matthew Golden. You're probably going to, Jaden Reed's still there. I don't know about Dontavian Wicks. They like him a lot, but still, well, it's like, dang. Talk about a safety net to have that guy. And we talked about that last year, right? To have that receiver where, okay, you got to have a first down. You got to go to somebody. You got to have a first down. I feel like Romeo's that guy, although Golden had that nice catch to extend the drive on fourth down last night. And you had a great game from Josh Jacobs. I mean, Josh Jacobs led the team in rushing and receiving, for crying out loud. 22 carries, 86 yards on the ground, 2 tuds. Jacobs, 4 catches, 71 yards. Emmanuel Wilson had a very solid game too. So there was a lot of frustrating aspects of that game last night. But, there were a couple of good Jordan Love outside of a couple of just what are you doing type of moments, which I think is what's holding a lot of people back from saying he's the guy or maybe hitching their wagon to him, because they're still like, see, they'll point to those. And I get it. And I agree. Like, I'm still, he's not to the level yet, in my opinion. I like Jordan Love, and I think he gets some unfair criticism at times. But for me, he's still not quite at the level where I'm feeling pretty dang good when the game's on his shoulders. And you saw last night and such, but then you get the second to last play in overtime. It's like, what's going through the mind? Right? Or the pocket presence with that fumble, having the ball that low and wide. That's the stuff that I think at the beginning of the year when we talked about how year 3 was an important year for Jordan Love, that's the stuff that we wanted to see get better. But then he had some great plays last night. I mean, the lateral to Josh Jacobs. He was using his feet to pick up some yards. We want it to all come together. It's like a clay project. You're in art class and you're creating this clay project and you're trying to put it all together and mold it together to be this perfect thing. It's just still missing a couple things. It still needs some smoothing out in some areas. And you just hope that eventually it'll get there. And it's just not quite there yet. Let's talk some more green and gold. All right, send us your thoughts, text it, video stream it, all that good stuff. We'll be back after these quick words. When drivers in Eau Claire need a mechanic they can trust, they turn to AJM Automotive. Known for honest work, fair pricing, and quick turnarounds, AJM Automotive handles everything from oil changes to engine repairs. Whether it's a daily driver, weekend toy, they treat every vehicle like it's their own. Friendly service, expert technicians, and a reputation built on integrity. AJM Automotive keeps Eau Claire running right. Give them a call today to set up your appointment at 715-835-9523. Especially, too, because it's getting to be that time of year where you got to start thinking about some new tires. I just got some new tires from them a couple weeks ago. So if it's going to be that time where you think, yeah, I got to get some new tires, or maybe you're not quite sure, make your appointment with AJM. They'll check it out for you, and then you can get your tires from them, too. So, uh, Green Bay. Well, what else can we say about that? One thing that we haven't really talked about yet this morning, and I don't know if we'll find out from LaFleur today and such with the bye week, but I really hope Devontae Wyatt doesn't miss a lot of time. You talk about the defensive line and the pressure that they've been able, for the most part, to provide first 3 weeks of the season and such. Devontae Wyatt was a big part of that. And him leaving the game last night with that knee injury, and I know he's been banged up and dealing with some stuff, and he's another guy that is going to hopefully benefit from this bye week and just rest his body and hopefully get close as possible to 100% when they come back after the bye. But I just hope that is not a long-term issue for Devontae Wyatt. Because you even look at last year with Wyatt, he was off to a good start, then the ankle injury kind of, derailed it a little bit. So that's something to kind of watch. Key to me, when we talk about this defense and the importance of certain players, he has skyrocketed up that chart. Part of it was you lose Kenny Clark. Next man up. Who's going to take over as that top interior defensive lineman? It's got to be Wyatt. And Devontae Wyatt has been pretty darn good to begin the year. I mean, we talk about Parsons, Gary, and Van Ness with the amount of pressures that have increased for them this year. Devontae Wyatt was right there with them with double-digit pressures. He was right there. And I think kind of flying under the radar a little bit because, yeah, it's the defensive ends or the outside linebackers that get all the glory and the attention. But Devontae Wyatt was right there with them with pressures. And he is such, I think, given the current state of this defense, a crucial part. And I just hope that it's not a lingering, long-term issue for him that would affect his play throughout the rest of the season. We're 4 weeks into this thing. And you've heard coaches, players, analysts throughout the years kind of, say, well, after the first quarter of the season, that's when you kind of really tell what a team is. Then we start to see who really this team is or the identity of this team. And maybe we'll start to see that week 6 after this week 5 bye for Green Bay. But I honestly don't really know the identity right now. I thought I knew it. I thought we all knew it defensively. And maybe last night was just a hiccup defensively. Maybe it was. And maybe we just got to, acknowledge and tip the cap to Schottenheimer and Dallas's offense for finding the weaknesses in that Green Bay defense and exploiting it. And now you just hope Green Bay looks at that and be like, okay, how do we make sure that doesn't happen again? Because opposing offenses are going to look at that film and look at that tape and try to and look at, okay, how was Dallas able to do this? What did they do against this Green Bay defense that looked so formidable the first couple weeks of the season? So dominant. How did Dallas make Green Bay's defense look pedestrian at best? And teams are going to try to replicate that. It's a copycat league. Guaranteed Cincinnati's going to look at this, especially with a backup quarterback too. Be like, okay, how can we move the ball? What can we do that Dallas did? And so on and so on. Other teams are going to do that. And until Green Bay can show that, hey, we can stop short passes, we can stop screen passes. Last couple weeks, they've had a little bit of an issue stopping the run here too. Until Green Bay can show that, no, we can stop that. Teams are probably going to try to copy what Dallas did offensively going forward now. And then maybe another team will find another weakness and exploit that, and then Green Bay is going to have to adjust to that, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Offensively, they just got to find some consistency, running the football in the passing game. They got to get healthy on the offensive line. And LaFleur, too, from a play calling standpoint, just has to find that flow. Just has to find that flow and get into that rhythm. I feel like that's missing right now from a consistency standpoint. I mean, yes, for the most part, the offense was solid last night. Couple of boneheaded stuff that derailed it. I mean, the fumble. And then the near time expired in overtime fiasco. There's just this. That's the only word I could kind of come up with to describe what, in my opinion, I'm seeing from the offensive side is a little bit of a lack of rhythm. And is that because of the injuries up front that has thrown everything for a loop? It possibly could be. But again, as a coach and as a play caller, you adjust to it. You scheme to it. All right, we're banged up on the offensive line. What do we do to help out that group? What do I do to help out my quarterback? You know, I know there's I did it. There's got to be others. You're looking at how Detroit did against Cleveland. And you're like, dang. And by the way, anybody counting out Detroit after week 1? And hey, I'll raise my hand. I wasn't counting them out, but I was like, I was a little question marks about the coordinators and such. Offensively, they looked like the same team the last 3 weeks here. But back to the game yesterday, you're like 34-10. 34-10. How did Detroit do that and Green Bay wasn't able to do that? Couple things really stand out to me from that game because, you know, Jared Goff threw for $168. Wasn't like he threw for 300 some yards and such. Third down efficiency, they were just 6 of 14. They were under 50%. So what was it? They didn't allow a single sack. Green Bay couldn't say that against Cleveland. And they created 3 turnovers. They're +2 in the turnover department. 2 picks, got a fumble. So what Detroit was able to do in that game against Cleveland, in my opinion, are 2 of the issues that are plaguing Green Bay right now. From 2 of the maybe 3, if you throw in special teams in there too. Protection from their offensive line. Again, this could just be straight up as a health thing for Green Bay. You get Zach Tom back in there, you feel better about the right tackle spot. Anybody would. Anybody would. You feel a lot better. You're on your 3rd guy on the depth chart playing right tackle last night. Get healthy in the offensive line. Better job protecting. But the other part in there too, turnovers. Green Bay's defense lacking in turnovers. Not getting turnovers. And you look at, you know, the penalties even from Detroit. 6 penalties, just 35 yards though. But this is something that if I'm Jeff Hafley, and he knows it, we don't have to tell him this, he knows it, his staff knows it. You look at this bye week, you got to be sitting down and like, okay, we keep saying our goal, like last year, that it was a goal. We want to lead the league in turnovers. Interceptions, they were up there last year. So what did they do this year? Hey, let's up it up. We did a great job in the turnover department last year. We got a lot of picks, but we could do better in the forced fumble department. And that was a priority for them, working on that in preseason and training camp. And so far, first 4 games of the season, been what, 2 picks? They haven't been getting anything. They've got to figure out a way to manufacture those. They've got to figure out a way to get the ball away, because you look at some of the Joe Flacco. They should have been able to get more picks from him. Dak Prescott. He's the guy that has made boneheaded plays and decisions and throws. Credit to him. He played well last night with no CD Lamb and also a couple of backup offensive linemen in that game. Dak Prescott played well. But Green Bay, especially with Cincinnati and a backup quarterback in Browning, you've got to be able to come away with some turnovers. You've got to figure that out. Because you're looking at the upcoming schedule here. You should be able to get some turnovers against Cincinnati. Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. And then after that, the showdown with A-Raj. They've got to figure out the turnovers on the defensive side. I hope last night's defensive performance was a fluke. I hope it was a fluke. I hope it was a scenario. Dallas, all the Micah Parsons talk, all that Micah Parsons is going to wreck them, destroy them, whatever. Maybe that was just a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, a little bit of like, we're going to prove it, that we're a good unit, blah, 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 all those narratives that have been up there. Hopefully that thing was a fluke. But, you kind of look at it. Dallas, looking at their offensive performance, they put up 20 against the Eagles. And, the first half, though, they were like, okay, not bad. Giants, they put up 40. That's the Giants, I get it. Bears, they only put up 14. And then 40 against the Packers. I hope it's just a fluke. But we're not going to know until they get back on the field and play to the standard that we saw the first couple weeks of the season. But for me, I'm looking at this bye week. Get healthy. Number 1. Clean up the stupid penalties, the false start stuff. For crying out loud. Twice last night at your own one, or at the opponent's 1, and you have a false start. Twice. And you got to figure out defensively how you're going to get some turnovers. How do you manufacture those? You'd think, okay, pressure, get after them. And they've been doing, for the most part, getting pressure, but it's not resulting in turnovers. Why is that? That's what Hafley's got to figure out, and his staff has got to figure out, along with all the special team stuff. I'm Matt LaFleur, and I'm this coaching staff. I'm burning the midnight oil during my bye week, trying to figure this thing out. I'm burning it. All right, we got to take a quick break. Continue to send us your thoughts, though, 715-830-1912, or comment on the YouTube video stream. We'll have more Green and Gold talk. I do want to get back to some more Brewers talk as well, now that we are in the postseason for Major League Baseball. So you can send us your thoughts on that, too. Quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't forget to send me your highs and lows from the weekend for our weekend hangover. Just text those on over to us, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. You can also hit us up on the YouTube stream as well. Join in on the conversation over there and let us know what's your weekend highs, weekend lows, the best, the worst. Also, it is I'm not saying, but I'm just saying Monday morning too. So if you want to send those, you can. Just again, hit us up on the video stream or hit us up with a quick text at 715-830-1912. You guys already know the number. So, all right. I do want to get back to some Brewers talk coming up here in just a little bit. But Brewers fans, how are you feeling about your team as we get set for the postseason? The postseason will officially get underway starting tomorrow, but we know that the Brewers won't be in action until Saturday. We don't know who they're going to be playing. It's Padres or Cubs at this point. But given what we have seen from the Brewers the last, let's say, few games and such, how are you feeling about this Brewers team heading into the postseason? Are you confident? Wide majority of you kind of going with the so-so route. You're like, so-so. Few of you say not confident whatsoever. So how are you feeling with this ball club? Okay, so we'll get to some more Brewers talk coming up here in just a little bit. But also, Packers wise, if you had to use a word to describe what we witnessed last night, what would be the word that you would use? What would be that word that you would use? Keep it clean though, so I can say it on the air. Okay, that's the only thing I ask is that we keep it clean, so I can say it on the air. You look at obviously a big topic has been special teams for the Packers, and rightfully so. Look across the National Football League. I mean, Green Bay isn't the only one, too. I mean, we are seeing how many blocked kicks. I mean, we saw it last week with the blocked field goal attempts. We kind of saw it again this past weekend. But, I mean, special teams play all over the place. It has become, I think now, I mean, they changed, obviously, the kickoff rules to where they wanted more kick returns. They wanted to get that back in the game, and now you're seeing these blocks and such. Special teams play is increasing in importance and urgency for a lot of these teams. I mean, we've seen it with kickers. I mean, teams moving on from kickers left and right and such, but now you're looking at coverage units and return units and all that stuff. And it's I think becoming more of a premium now. And it's going to be more of a unit that I think if you want to be a contending team, you want to be a legitimate Super Bowl team, you better be putting some resources into that group, talent-wise, coaching-wise. And Green Bay's got to figure out who the heck is going to be their punt returner. I mean, we saw Matthew Golden, new guy, getting put in there yesterday, and then Romeo Dobbs getting thrown in there for a catch. I mean, we got to figure that thing out too. Like, okay, who is going to be the darn punt returner? Even when Jaden Reed is back, do you put him in there? I don't know. You try Savion Williams back there, Bo Melton, something. I mean, Keyshawn Nixon obviously isn't going to be doing it. Otherwise, I would think he'd be out there unless they decide now, hey, we need something back there, so let's put Nixon. But I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. I mean, for cry eye, got to do something. At least be a threat, especially with the kickoffs, because that is now a position. You would think. I mean, if I was Keyshawn Nixon, I get it. I'm cornerback number one. But I would still want an opportunity to maybe be a part of that return group. I was successful. I was an all-pro twice at it. They've made the rules a little bit easier or emphasize. I don't like using the word easier. They've made the rules. They've changed them. So it's put more of a premium on returners. I don't know. I'd want to give it a shot a couple more times, a few more times, see like what would happen. I mean, big play, touchdown, return. Come on. There's got to be a premium all around that group now. Put more of an emphasis on it. Better coaching, better personnel, figuring out. I mean, talking about offense and finding a rhythm and a flow and roles for everybody. I feel like at times now we're just like, hey, let's try this. Oh, didn't get anything there. Let's try this one. Let's try this. What do we do all offseason and preseason and training camp? I mean, shouldn't we have had that figured out by now? I get it. Jaden Reed hurt, probably kind of threw a wrench in the returner thing, but come on now. I mean, I don't want to get to a point where Romeo Dobbs is back there just catching punts because okay, he's got the best hands, and we don't want to have a fumble or stupid. That's like when we had Jordy Nelson doing that and kick returns. No offense to those guys, but it's like, oh, that takes away a threat essentially. Ugh. It was embarrassing last night. Yeah, we got inconsistent. We've got embarrassing. We've got disappointing. We've got sad. We've got frustrating. A lot of words coming in to describe that performance last night from Green Bay. And you'd all be right. You'd all be right. And now we got a bye week to stew on this. A little bit more too. We got a bye week to stew on this. And I would I know I brought this up in the first hour, but to revisit it, if that Cleveland loss was humbling, supposed to be humbling, what the heck was his last night's game supposed to be then? If that's supposed to be a loss from Cleveland humbling, yep, maybe we were getting a little too big in our britches, our heads were in the clouds, and reading our headlines, and that was a humbling loss. So we're going to get back to, focused and right. Then what was last night? If Cleveland was humbling, what was Dallas? Concerning? Oh shoot! Eye-opening? What was it? For all those players and people who said it was humbling, what was it for Dallas then? That's what I would ask. Because I'm curious. So if Matt LaFleur does talk with the media, which I think he usually does the day after game. I don't know if a bye week off the top of my head. I don't know if a bye week would change it. But if you had one question for Matt LaFleur, and let's make it a legit question, okay? Something that you would go up into the Packers media room, media auditorium for his presser. What would be the question you would ask Matt LaFleur right now, this morning, this afternoon, whenever he would talk? What would that question be? You get one before he heads off into the bye week. What you've seen the last 2 weeks. What would that question be? You get one. So it's got to be good. And you want to get a question that maybe you get something. I know, and this is where I get it. Some people are critical to reporters, team reporters and such, because they don't ask the hard questions. They don't ask the tough questions. They ask questions. I just think a lot of times it's the coach, the player. It's the typical coach speak. They don't get the answer that they're kind of fishing for or looking for. Yeah, there could definitely be maybe tougher questions and different questions and such. I hate sometimes the layup questions. Just this is a little over the top, but like, hey, coach, you lost that. How you feel? How do you expect it to feel? But if you get one question to LaFleur today, given what we've seen the last couple of weeks, what's that question? Let's see what you got. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll do my weekend hangover coming out of the break before the top of the hour. The best, the worst, the highs, the lows. It's pretty simple. Nothing news breaking or anything like that. All right, we'll be right back. All right, what was your weekend hangover? What was the best? What was the worst? What was the highs? What were the lows? What got you happy? What got you down? You know, like a typical weekend hangover. Mine's pretty darn easy. Best, I know they dropped the series, but Brewers getting their 97th win, final game of the regular season to break the franchise record for this ball club. So that was the best. Worst, last night. I mean, let's be real. It's pretty generic. It's pretty simple for my weekend hangover. Started off Sunday with a Brewers win, getting that 97. I think a lot of fans just wanted 97. Just break the record. We'll see. Now we're on to the postseason and that, but it was good to get that. And yeah, the worst was easily last night. That was pitiful. That was pathetic. So that's my weekend hangover. What's yours? If you want to make your picks, let me know. All right, coming up next hour, we'll still have some green and gold talk. I want to get back to some more Brewers talk as we get set for the postseason here. Brewers fans, chime in. How are you feeling? Confidence level for your ball club now that we are in the postseason. We're not going to see them till Saturday. We don't know who we're going to play yet. But from what you have witnessed, from what you've followed along, watched, listened to the last couple games, few games, couple weeks, how are you feeling right now with this Brewers team as we are now into the postseason? You feeling good? Feeling confident? Feeling meh? Nervous? I think we're all nervous. Maybe a good nervous? Excited nervous? Let me know. All right. Curious to get your thoughts, Brewers fans, as we head into what I think right now, at least on paper, looks like a really, really, really fun postseason. All right. 3 in. 1 more to go. 1 more to go on this final Monday in September. Let's finish this happy hour strong, all right? News updates. We'll be back in just a little bit. All right, final hour on this Monday morning. Big thanks for hanging out with us throughout this entire, maybe kind of a little down Monday morning. If you're a Packers fan, you're a Lions fan, you got to be feeling pretty good right now from the last 3 weeks. Bears picking up another win too. So NFC North right now, everybody's at least 500 or higher. 500 higher. I think one of two divisions like that in all of football. So maybe it will be that competitive division that we all kind of figured or thought at the beginning of the year. So we'll get back to some more green and gold talk a little bit later on here, but I want to talk some Brewers coming up here. I know usually right now we'd have Justice Cleveland joining us. He is out today, so I'll try to do my best for a little local sports roundup. But hey, we've got 6 weeks in of high school football season already in the books, and this past Friday night, North fell to DC Everest 39-7. Menominee taking down Memorial 42-7. Chippewa Falls, though, blanking Superior 35-0. Rice Lake in a big game, big win. They improved to 6-0 with a 26-23 victory over New Richmond. And staying in the conference, you had River Falls taking down Hudson 44-21. Big win for River Falls, too. How about the Cloverville Conference, where we got Regis still undefeated? They took down Fall Creek 39-22. Stanley Boyd taking down Osseo Fairchild in a close game, 32-27. Elk Mound falling to Durand, Arkansas, 28-7. Mondovi also remaining undefeated. They took down Neilsville Granton over the weekend. You had Pep and Alma. They scored the go-ahead touchdown, looks like, to go 6 and I'm sorry, Cochrane Fountain City, picking up the victory to go to 6-0. So what else we got? Oliva Strum picking up a victory. Melrose Mindoro taking down Whitehall. Augusta falling to Independence Gilmanton. Cadott taking down Cameron Lake. Also had Spring Valley taking down Elmwood Plum City. We got St. Croix Falls defeating Hayward 34-7. Northwestern staying undefeated as well, 6-0. They defeated Barron this past Friday night. Had Osceola taking down St. Croix Central. Prescott over Somerset. Baldwin Woodville remaining undefeated. They defeated Ellsworth 48-8. And then Arcadia also picking up a win. Aquinas taking down Black River Falls 50-22. 8-player football. Gilman shutting out Thorup. Gilman still undefeated at 6-0. Owen Withy taking down Alma Center Lincoln. McDonald, Chippewa Falls McDonald, coming back with a win after that close game against Gilman. Was it the week prior? But yeah, a week prior. Coming back and taking down Cornell 66-12. So also Shell Lake picking up a victory. Frederick also picking up a victory too. And Altoona defeating Amory, shutting them out 36-0. So those are just some of the high school football scores here. Blue Golds are going to be back in action for their football. It's homecoming week, homecoming weekends. See if they can remain undefeated. Their rival on I-94, though, hoping to spoil that. Should be a really good game at Carson Park this weekend with Stout coming over for a homecoming. Stout off to a 2-1 start. Blue Golds are off to a 3-0 start for football. So should be a really good matchup for homecoming this weekend. And our buddy, Dr. Austin Crow, going to get inducted to the Hall of Fame. Blue Gold Hall of Fame. All right, Austin, how about that? Shout out to Dr. Crow. Sweet deal, man. So hopefully we'll be able to catch up with him on Friday and such. So, all right, Brewers-wise, baseball. So the Brewers picking up a win yesterday to avoid being swept by the Reds. And thanks to the Mets losing to the Marlins, even with the loss, the Reds got into the postseason, clinching that final wild card spot. So they're going to be going up against the Dodgers. Your postseason bracket, again, I think we got some really good matchups for our wild card series. We get Detroit and Cleveland again. Division opponents. We get Boston and New York. Division opponents. Can this rivalry, this long-time rivalry, add another chapter to it? On the other side, the National League, not a division rival, but I think it's going to be a really interesting series and a good series. It's the Padres and the Cubs. And yes, of course, if you're a Brewers fan, you're paying extra attention to that series. And then you get Reds and Dodgers, which, again, I think if you were to poll a bunch of baseball fans to pick winners for this series, that one might have the biggest gap. Meaning, you're going to have like a ton of people picking the Dodgers to win that series over the Reds. Whereas it might be closer between Tigers, Guardians, maybe a little bit closer between Red Sox, Yankees. I think the Yankees would still have the advantage over there. Padres, Cubs would be really close too in terms of votes. Dodgers, Reds will have a bigger gap. And I get it. And I understand it. I think we all know why. But that's not to dismiss what the Reds have done here as of late. Maybe ride a little bit of momentum. Maybe they can upset the Dodgers. Who knows? But Brewers fans definitely going to be paying attention to that Padres and Cubs series because that's who they get. That's who they get when we open up the divisional series on Saturday. So the Brewers get this week off, rest up, figure out their playoff roster. We know how the pitching, I shouldn't say all the pitching. We know the first couple starters. Freddie Peralta's going to get game one. We saw him yesterday get a little bit of work in, 44 pitches in, just to kind of keep him on a regular routine. Got to see Trevor McGill in action. 1, 2, 3 inning from him. So hopefully, ready to go. He said he's ready for whatever situation the Brewers want to throw him in. I would imagine probably back to his closer role unless they want Uribe to go there. But I would imagine McGill's going to be back in that spot. So you got your all-star closer back there. DL Hall's also back in the bullpen here, starting to get a little bit healthier. It's just, all right, what about Brandon Woodruff? I think every single Brewers fan wants constant updates about Brandon Woodruff. Is he going to be available? Is he going to be able to pitch? Is he going to be able to be in that rotation? I think if we read between the lines here a little bit, and Matt Arnold was asked about it the other day, and he said it's still up in the air. And maybe it was just Pat Murphy kind of lowering the expectations. It doesn't sound good about Brandon Woodruff potentially pitching in this NLDS. Maybe he'd be able to come back for the CS, but I don't know. Jose Quintana, he had a simulated game on Friday. Looks good from all accounts, from those who watched and some of the comments afterwards. Looked good. So, if you have a 3-man rotation, maybe it's set up that it's going to be Peralta, Quinn Priester, and Jose Quintana for your top 3. Then if it's a 4th, maybe it's kind of that all hands on deck bullpen, shorter inning route. We know the Brewers bullpen has guys who can eat you a couple innings, guys with starting experience in their bullpen that can give you a couple of innings each time out there. And one of those guys is Mizorowski. But we saw Mizorowski pitch on Saturday. And I got to ask, Brewers fan, how are you feeling about Jacob Mizorowski right now? Can you trust him when it gets to the postseason? If he's on the Major League roster, which I think he will be, but can you trust him right now? When you look at the line for the Reds, you're like, well, he went 2 1/3 and had 1 earned run. 2 runs. He inherited bases loaded from Robert Gasser. But if you watch the game or you listen to the game, he wasn't sharp. Still issued 3 walks in 2 1/3. Did strike out 3. Gave up 3 hits as well. And you look at Mizorowski in terms of what have you done for me lately? And you kind of look at his numbers. I mean, September, 5 games, he started 4. But in 5 games, 4.43 ERA. August in 3 games, 9.58 ERA. July. Started off with the Mets on July 2nd, that hiccup game. We're like, oh, there it is. Came back awesome against the Dodgers, which probably got him that all-star spot. But then after that, it's kind of been like, the Seattle one, he only pitched 3 2/3, no earned runs. But since that Seattle game, where he went 3 2/3, 3 hits, no earned runs, Mizorowski has allowed at least a couple runs in every single game. Cubs back on July 28th, 2 earned runs in 4 innings. Cincinnati 1 1/3, 5 earned runs. Cubs 4 innings, 3 earned runs. Diamondbacks 5 innings, 3 earned runs. Phillies 4 1/3, 3 earned runs. Pittsburgh awesome, 7 innings, 1 earned run. That was his 108 pitch night. St. Louis 5 innings, 4 earned runs. St. Louis 3 2/3, 2 earned runs, and then this previous one with the Reds. And perhaps what's a little bit noticeable, especially with his September numbers, well, a couple things here. One, opponents are hitting 282 against him in September. But you look at his walks, and this is something that has really kind of plagued him throughout this season. I mean, his debut, he issued 4 walks. But you kind of really look at it, August through September, a little bit of control issues, issuing some free base runners, some free walks. So I'll be honest. If Mizorowski is in there in a high leverage situation, high pressure situation, I'm going to be on the edge of my seat. I'm going to be nervous. I don't know how it's going to go. Based off what we've seen, my confidence isn't going to be too high. And you look at Mizorowski, his season overall. What a crazy wave of emotions and highs and lows for a 23-year-old making his major league debut this year. He makes his major league debut this year, and he gets off to such a great start. And, you get the Mizorowski versus Paul Skeens hyped up games, Mizorowski versus Clayton Kershaw, hyped games. Gets to the All-Star game, getting talked about Rookie of the Year. I mean, his first, month and a half, 2 months, whatever it was to begin the season. You're 1 minute, you're at AAA, lighting it up. Next, you're like 2 months later, you're in the All-Star game at Major League Baseball. And you're getting matched up, hyped up with these Paul Skeens games and Clayton Kershaw games. And now, after the All-Star break, or after the All-Star game, it's like the decline. Is he just kind of hitting that wall? Like, I'm not ready to give up, and I hope no Brewers fan out there is ready to kind of give up on Jacob Mizorowski or be too down on him like, oh, gosh, this guy's career is going down in the tank now. I hope we're not having a ton of overreaction from that. I just maybe feel like Mizorowski's at that point where, it was such a roller coaster of emotions this year and highs. Now just there's this low. Maybe the guy just needs an off season now to kind of regroup, refocus, maybe get away from baseball a little bit. And next year, here we go. I think he could still be a key player and an important player for this ball club in the postseason, and I think the Brewers want him to be. He's got powerful stuff. But he can't be issuing free walkers, multiple walks in relief innings, couple innings here or there. It's got to get the control under got to get that control under control. We got to get some better performances from Mizorowski in the postseason. But I think it was a good test for him in that Saturday night game with the Reds inheriting bases loaded. It's like Brzezinski said on the telecast. This is a good test for Pat Murphy. Like, Pat Murphy's got to know who he can go to in situations like this when it's in the postseason. Who could he go to out of the pen if they're in a similar situation? Let's try Mizorowski in that. Now, a lot of times you probably hate to make a conclusion or a decision after one example, but you throw that in to what we've seen lately, that factors into it. You know, I think a guy like Aaron Ashby and a guy like Nick Mears, who have been thrown into tough situations, there are probably going to be some Koenig and such, probably going to be options over a Mizorowski right now. And you feel bad. But I feel like Mizorowski's a guy, a kid, where so much has happened in his career, short career, in just his first year. I don't know. To me, he just looks like a guy that maybe needs a break, maybe needs the off season. And I hate to say that because you got, his ball club's best record in Major League Baseball, top seed in all of Major League Baseball. But how are you feeling about this team as we head into the postseason? How are you feeling? It's okay to be nervous. I'm nervous. But I think it's also a little bit of a good nervous. Let's talk a little bit more Brewers baseball. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back. Also, if you haven't chimed in yet on what we witnessed last night in that Green Bay game, I'm curious to get your analysis, your thoughts, your commentary. Text it, comment on the video streams, all that good stuff. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Approaching the bottom of the hour. Almost 9:30 here this morning. Couple of messages on our texting line to get to. Emirates says the one word I would use to describe the Packers is inconsistent. Tim in the Cooley region says dissatisfied. Somehow a tie with the Cowboys feels worse than a loss. Is it because of the way they played? So many opportunities thrown away. No single facet of your team played well, and extremely disappointed with the defense. Yeah, I don't like, one, for somebody who has a 3 a.m. wake-up call, alarm, don't like postseason. I don't like primetime games anymore. College days, yeah, sure, why not? Good excuse maybe too. Still get up early for class and that, if you know what I mean. But, don't like primetime games anymore now that I'm older. Let alone, then it goes overtime. Then it's a tie. Like, I didn't know how to react after that game. I didn't know how to, I was like the movie Talladega Nights and Ricky Bobby's first race. And he gets interviewed. He's like, I don't know what to do with my hands. It's kind of how I felt after that game last night. I'm like, I don't know how. Should I be okay with the fact that they tied because they were down and at least they tied and didn't lose? Or, I mean, it's still weird. And I don't like it. I mean, first of all, why do we still have ties? Why do we still have ties? College football, we don't have that. Baseball, we don't have that. Why do we, for the NFL, why in the world do we still have ties? Inexcusable. I don't get it. You play to win the game, right? Why in the world do we still have ties? That's a leading candidate for tomorrow's Grind My Gears Tuesday. I don't get it. I don't know. We won't know until the end of the season or close to the end of the season how this is going to affect things. Is it going to help Green Bay in terms of standings, percentage points when it gets to playoff stuff? Is it going to help them? Is it going to hurt them? We're not going to know until we get to the end of the season. But right now, it doesn't help them in a divisional standpoint because now the Lions are back up. It was a 3-1 record with Green Bay 2-1-1. So, but will it help or hurt? Way too early to tell. But right now in the immediate, it obviously doesn't help them. And it just feels weird. Feels weird. And I think we probably feel a whole lot worse about it, to answer the question, because I think most just kind of expected, all right, Green Bay's going to go in and win. And I think it feels worse too because of how the defense played. That was the most shocking part. I don't think I'm alone in saying that the most shocking thing from last night's performance was what the defense showed us. Special teams issues. Unfortunately, we've seen it. Offensive, Jordan Love, numbers-wise, great. Overall, I thought he played really well. Couple stupid stuff, which is I think, keeping him or limiting him to taking that next step up. Got the running game going a little bit more. Still stupid penalties on the offensive line. Still injury issues up over there. But the thing that shocked us the most and really disappointed us the most was clearly the defensive line play. Or not just the defensive line, the defense overall. I mean, this was the corners. I feel like if I'm Keyshawn Nixon, Nate Hobbs, and Carrington Valentine right now, part of me is like, don't watch that game. But then the other part's like, no, you should watch that on loop because it was bad. I mean, we were singing the praises of how well that unit was playing, and a lot of it was directed towards the pressure, right? Oh, weird. Best pass defense is a good pass rush. They were getting that. And then last night, they got exposed big time. The corners did. That was not a good game. It wasn't just one corner, it was all of them. They couldn't cover worth a lick, it felt like. And this was without CD Lamb. That, to me, was incredibly disappointing. Tackling issues. I mean, now it's 2 weeks in a row. We've had a running back go over 80 yards. Some holes in there. I mean, this was coming off of 2 weeks where the run defense looked spectacular for all the questions. You know, because before the season started, it was, hey, run defense. That's a question mark now with no Kenny Clark. And then the first 2 weeks, it's like, oh, right. Hey, no questions anymore. We're good. We're rocking and roll. And now we're back to it. There's a lot of stuff that this team has got to clean up in an early bye week. I think the bye week is coming at a good time for them. Yes, a lot of teams, I think all of us, like it more halfway through. But I think right now, just from an injury standpoint and from where they're at, from maybe a mental standpoint, it's coming at a good time. But here's the thing now. Okay? You ain't getting another bye week to get things right. You're going week 6 all the way to the finish line. No bye week. However you spend this week, you better be putting in the work, coaches, players, to fix your issues, to fix your stuff, because you're not going to get another bye week to try to regroup and get right. You now will have a long, grueling stretch. Sure, you got a mini bye week after Thanksgiving, but not like this bye week. Not your self-scouting week. So whatever you're looking at and whatever you're trying to improve, it better come after this week, because it is going to be a long, long, grueling stretch ahead of you. And it's in all facets. It's special teams, because of course. Of course. And it's not just one area. It's blocking. It's special teams coverage units. Offensively, stupid penalties again. Now, it wasn't as many as last week, but still, come on now. Twice. First and goal at the 1, and you get a false start. Unacceptable. And then trying to figure out what the heck happened on the defensive side. What the heck did Dallas's offense see, or how were they able to dissect you? A lot of it was screen passes, having some success in the running game that was setting up some play action, getting those linebackers to bite a little bit more. Because you darn well know any team right now preparing to go up against Green Bay and their defense is going to copy a lot of that stuff that Dallas's offense did. They're going to. We'd be stupid not to. Cincinnati's going to try to. They'd be stupid not to. It's a copycat league. Anything to try to get a little bit of an advantage. It's going to happen. Green Bay knows it. They better know it. And they got to clean it up. I know it's, as fans, we probably get tired a lot when we hear coaches or players say, got to clean it up. At some point, got to stop talking about it and actually do it. And I think we're at that point, or getting to that point. We're now, first quarter of the season is in the books for Green Bay. And no bye week here after this week. Figure it out. It's your job to. All right, I want to get back to a little bit more baseball here. I know we got sidetracked there for a little Green Bay stuff again, but I mean, I get it. There's a frustration level for a lot of Packers fans here this morning. Probably on a lack of sleep here too. So, all right, quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. As we get set for the Brewers postseason to start up Saturday, again, opponent to be determined here. What is your biggest concern? What is your biggest question mark for this team, regardless if they play the Padres or the Cubs and such? And just kind of seeing some of the responses flow in all morning long. It honestly seems to be a little bit of a mixed bag. We've had some people say it's the pitching that's making them nervous. We've had some people say it's the hitting that's making them nervous. So I don't, at least right now, from the responses that have come in, I don't think there is a leader in the clubhouse, if you will, in terms of like one thing that's like the biggest concern amongst the majority. It's kind of split between the two, if I'm being real. I should say, just from reading all the comments and texts and such that have come in. We went through the Athletic piece where it said best stat, worst stat for the playoff teams. And best stat, it kind of encompasses it explains the Brewers' offense this season. Their best stat they listed was the amount of infield hits from the Milwaukee Brewers. Worst stat, they put it barrel rate, which in turn, power, home runs. I mean, that is the Brewers' offense in a nutshell. Is it not? So I get it where that is kind of maybe the biggest concern for some people is offense. Can that style of offense, translate into the postseason? That has been a topic since the Brewers went on this run, and all of a sudden the Brewers were leading a division, and it's like, oh crap, now they're the tops in the National League. And the question has been popping up for the last few months. Can that style work in the postseason? We're about to find out here in the next couple weeks, week or so. If the Brewers can win, they can win a postseason series, get to the NLCS, maybe even win that. That'll probably answer the question. But right now, it's up in the air. We may have our opinions on it, whether we personally think it could work or not. And who's to say, and then you'll have some people say too, it's like, well, that's just one year. That's a really small sample size. Yeah, we know how overreactions work. So, I mean, if the Brewers have a quick out in the postseason, you're going to have everybody that said, well, see, that's why you need home run power bats, because that's what wins you in the postseason. I mean, for crying out loud, it's how the Brewers lost last year, thanks Pete Alonso. It was also how the Brewers got back, took the lead in that game too. I mean, we always use the Pete Alonso example, but remember, you had Garrett Mitchell and Sal Frelick with those home runs. So, I mean, there's a point to it. But if this is a style too that can work, maybe a little bit more of that old school approach, manufacturing runs, putting pressure on the defense like Brewers have done all season long. Hey now. But that's good. I understand why that is probably the biggest question for some. And I understand why the biggest question or concern for others when they talk about the pitching. I get it. You got injuries. You got depth concerns right now, especially from a starter standpoint. Even from your number one, there's probably some Brewers fans out there a little bit nervous about Freddie. Freddie's been really good this year. Really good. Fantastic. But what's his downfall? The pitch count gets up. Not long innings. So then you're asking a lot on your bullpen. Quinn Priester has been one of the biggest surprises all season long. Are we ready to put our eggs in his basket and say he's our number 2 guy? Who's third? Is it Quintana? Gosh darn it, I wish we had Brandon Woodruff. Who doesn't? I mean, you got questions surrounding that too. Even though for a majority part of the year, they've been pretty solid from a pitching standpoint. It's a good nervousness to have. I'm nervous for this postseason because I want this team so bad to win in the postseason. Like, I still can't fathom it's been since 2018 the last time the Brewers won a postseason series. Now, some people may say, well, they've been there 7 out of the 8 last years. Now we're being a little spoiled considering, we're saying it's been since 2018. And, even before that, it was a long time before they even back in the postseason. Hey, I know, I get it. That was the majority part of my life. That's why 08 was huge turning point in my Brewers fandom, and I think for a lot of people around my age. But now it's like, okay, we've gotten there so many times. It's okay. It's okay to have higher expectations and to want bigger things. It's okay. Because you know what? Players want that too. The managers want that too. They're probably looking at this season like, awesome, cool, great, fantastic regular season. We accomplished a lot of our goals. Won the division. Got the top spot. Best record in Major League Baseball. That stuff means nothing now. We're on to the second season. We're on to the season where why we play all those games in the regular season is to get to this point. Now we go. Now is where the money gets made. Now this is where legends get made. Careers get defined. It's postseason, man. It's postseason baseball. They've been there. Some of these guys have been there a lot, but really haven't tasted a lot of success in the postseason. We're all hoping that changes this year. And we're all nervous about it because, you're talking about, because let's be real. Pressure is on. You're the top seed. You've got the most wins in Major League Baseball. The pressure is on you to live up to that. So I get it if you're nervous. I'm nervous. I'm a little like, so-so. But it's a good one. It's a good nervousness. Like, I'm excited. I'm pumped. I'm confident. But I'm nervous too. I just can't wait till again, I love postseason baseball. There's just a different element to it. There's a different vibe. There's the tension. It's like that for every postseason, but baseball is just different. It's different. And the fact that we don't know who we play yet, you kind of like you're putting on your scouting cap and you're going to be watching. It's like, okay, do I want the Padres, Cubs? We all know the storylines that will go through that, right? Regardless of who the Brewers play, it's going to be a tough opponent. But I'm excited. I'm excited for the challenge. I'm nervous too. All right, let's take our final break. We got a couple picks coming at you. Believe it or not, we've got 2 Monday Night Football games yet tonight. So, yeah, week 4, and we've got 2 Monday Night Football games to wrap up this week. So we'll do that. But start to think about who you're going to pick for your wild card rounds, because tomorrow will be prediction day for that. Not just game ones and such, but looking for who you think is going to advance to the NL and the AL Division Series. Is it going to go all chalk in the National League or American League? Do we have any upsets? Anybody willing to pick the Reds to take down the Dodgers? Again, because I think that's probably the one. If you do if you Google picks, fan picks, that's probably going to have the biggest gap. Probably I don't think I've seen any national people picking the Reds over the Dodgers right now either, but sure there's somebody out there. But start to think about that, and we'll hit that up more so for tomorrow. So, all right, final break, and we'll start to wrap up things after these quick words. if you are into reading power rankings and seeing where, some of the national peeps view some of the teams, maybe don't look at MLB.com/power rankings heading into the postseason here. They got the Brewers dropped from 1 to 4. Phillies number 1, Dodgers number 2, Mariners number 3, Brewers number 4. So that's how they've got their power rankings. How they write up the Brewers, not really a whole lot there, but it says it's been so long since the Brewers made their lone World Series that the team they played has been their division rival for 2 decades now. For Milwaukee to win, talk about the Cardinals, for Milwaukee to win the World Series with the franchise's best regular season record, the year we lost Bob Uecker would feel like the universe smiling on the famously loyal Brewers fans. All right, let's wrap up things here this morning with some picks, shall we? Again, no baseball games, playoffs. They'll get started tomorrow with the wild card round and such. Which again, I think there's some absolutely fantastic matchups coming up here. But gotta save those for tomorrow. We do have let's throw in a WNBA game here because we're in the postseason here. Indiana taking on Vegas. Game 5. Series is tied at 2 apiece. I'm going to go with Vegas tonight. Let's do some football picks. 2 of them tonight for Monday Night Football. We got the Jets at Miami. I think I picked Miami in our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge. Kind of want to pick the Jets, though. I'll go Miami, though. I'm going to go Miami. But that's a toss-up for me. We've got Cincinnati at Denver. I'm going to go with the Broncos to pick up that win. Speaking of Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge, we got Peter and Brian tied for first place with 46 correct picks. James is in second at 45. And then it's a long list of people tied for third that include myself, C-Bomb, Matt, Harley, Todd, Jeremy, Scotty's. So if I missed your name, it's just because there's a lot. So, but 46 is the leader right now. 45 sole possession of second. 44. Maybe we'll have some movement after 2 games today. It's just 2 games separating third from first. All right, to wrap up things, a little bit more this morning here. We've got, obviously, we talked a lot about Packers and that tie. I still don't know how to feel about it. It feels weird. It feels wrong. Feels like a loss, to be honest with you. So, but I'm sure that'll probably still be a topic of grind my gears tomorrow. So what's grinding your gears? Think about it. And we'll hit up all of your grind my gears tomorrow. Maybe something will happen today. Who knows? And such. Maybe LaFleur will say something that grinds your gears. Who knows? But we'll hit that up tomorrow. We'll catch up with RJ Cardinal. Badger chat. A lot of upsets with college football this past weekend. Badgers had a bye. Now we got a matchup with Michigan. So we'll talk some Badger football with Mr. Cardinal coming up tomorrow. Also, we'll do some baseball predictions with the postseason officially starting tomorrow. And back to Green Bay, too. Tomorrow, here's your homework assignment. Since we are first quarters in the books for Green Bay, let's do some first quarter assessments. Offensive grades, defensive grades, special teams grades. I think we kind of know where that one's going to go. But overall grade. First quarter assessments. Okay? Think about that for tomorrow because we're going to hit up that, but that's your homework assignments. Your Grind My Gears Tuesday and some Packers grades. Now that the first quarter of their season is officially in the books, because I know it's an odd number now, but since they have to bye, this is the end of their first quarter of the season. 2-1-1. First 2, awesome. Defensively. Third one, what the heck offense. Fourth, what the heck defense. Sprinkling in some special teams miscues all over the dang place. Whew. All right. Hey, thanks for hanging out this morning. Let's do this again tomorrow morning. Same place, same time, 6 a.m. Get your homework done, and let's chat again tomorrow. See you then.